to the quiet places that hold our stories, to the ancient wells that remember our names even when we forget them ourselves, and to the persistent whisper of the past that breathes through the present. For those who feel the tug of hidden currents, the resonance of lives lived long ago within their own bones, and who find magic not in the grand pronouncements of power, but in the luminous stillness of a glade, the cool touch of sacred water, and the knowing gaze of a sentinel raven. This is for the dreamers, the listeners, the keepers of lineage, and for the enduring magic that binds us all across the veils of time. May you find your own well of silent names, and may its echoes awaken the forgotten truths within your soul. The glade was a secret the land kept to itself, a hushed confession whispered only to the wind and the ancient trees that guarded its borders. At its heart stood an ash, not merely old, but primal, a titan whose gnarled roots, thick as a man's waist, plunged into the earth like anchors to a forgotten age. This was the sentinel ash, a living monument to time unmeasured, its bark a roadmap of centuries, each crevice and knot a story etched in wood. Beneath its sprawling canopy, in a hollow cradled by moss-slicked stones, lay the well of silent names. It was a place that seemed to exist outside the relentless current of the world, a pocket of profound stillness where the very air thrummed with a latent power. Legend, a thread spun from the whispers of generations, claimed this was one of the last true wells of Conla, sacred springs where the divine once touched the mortal realm, their waters not merely reflecting the sky, but the intricate, unfolding tapestry of destiny. Even in its apparent slumber, the glade held a palpable sense of history, a deep, resonant hum that seeped from the soil, hinting at a magic dormant but not extinguished, a potent force waiting for the faintest touch to stir it back to vibrant life. The stillness of the glade was not an absence of sound, but a presence of it. The rustle of leaves was less a consequence of breeze and more a sigh from the earth itself. The drip of water from unseen mosses was a slow, deliberate pulse. Birdsong, when it came, was not a cheerful chirping, but a melancholic lament, a reminder of the fleeting nature of things against the backdrop of enduring stone and ancient wood. The sentinel ash seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the land, its immense branches reaching out like the arms of a patient elder, embracing the glade in a gesture of perpetual guardianship. Sunlight, when it managed to penetrate the dense foliage, did so with a hesitant grace, dappling the forest floor in shifting mosaics of gold and shadow, each illuminated patch appearing as a momentary revelation, a glimpse into the glade's hidden essence. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, of decaying leaves returning to the soil, of the sweet, wild fragrance of unseen blossoms, a heady perfume that spoke of life, death, and rebirth in an endless, cyclical dance. This was the heart of the mystery that had begun to unfurl in Breed's quiet existence. Her life, once a predictable tapestry of healing herbs, moonlit vigils, and the intricate deciphering of dreams, had started to fray at the edges, the familiar contours of her world, the comforting routine of solitude, and the quiet hum of her small cottage had begun to shimmer with an unfamiliar resonance, a subtle discord that hinted at an extraordinary shift. It was as if the world, which she had always understood with an almost preternatural clarity, was suddenly speaking a different language, one of deeper, more profound secrets. The glade and the sentinel ash that presided over it had always been a place of solace, a sanctuary from the demands of the world beyond its borders. But now it felt like more than a refuge. It felt like a destination, a place she was being drawn towards with an increasing, inexplicable urgency. The ancient ash, with its roots sunk deep into the bedrock of time, seemed to beckon her, a silent, unwavering sentinel guarding a truth she was yet to comprehend. The well of silent names, nestled at the foot of the ash, was a place Brid had only known through the hushed tales of the elders, stories that spoke of its sacredness, its power, and its deep connection to the ancient ways. They said it was a place where the veil between worlds grew thin, where the laughter of the Fae could be heard on moonless nights, and where the very air pulsed with the memories of those who had long since passed into the mists of legend. But for Brid, it had always remained a half-whispered rumor, a place of potent magic that belonged to the realm of myth, not to her solitary reality. Yet, now, as an unsettling awareness began to bloom within her, the glade and its legendary well felt more real, more immediate than the familiar path to her own doorstep. The very earth seemed to hum beneath her feet with a resonance that spoke of a forgotten pact, a destiny intertwined with this sacred, secluded place. The glade was not merely a clearing in the woods. It was a sacred precinct, a pocket of pure, untamed nature where the laws of the mundane world seemed to soften and warp. The sentinel ash was its unquestionable sovereign, its colossal trunk a testament to resilience and endurance. Its branches, thick as ancient oaks, reached outwards, not to obscure the sky, but to embrace it, creating a living cathedral beneath which the light filtered in ethereal shafts. The roots, a tangled network of immense power, snaked across the glade floor, some rising above the mossy earth like arthritic fingers, others disappearing into the soil, their ultimate destination lost in the deep, dark heart of the world. They were more than just anchors. They were conduits, drawing sustenance not only from the earth, but from the very essence of the place, from the latent magic that permeated the glade like a subtle, pervasive perfume. At the center of this verdant sanctuary lay the well of silent names. It was not a grand, imposing structure, but a humble, unassuming pool, its waters so still they seemed to be made of polished obsidian, reflecting the dappled light of the ash canopy with perfect clarity. The surface was an unbroken mirror, a portal to a depth that promised not just water, but immemorial secrets. The stones that ringed the well were ancient, their surfaces worn smooth by the passage of countless ages, and the touch of hands long turned to dust. Faint, intricate carvings, almost entirely obscured by a velvety carpet of emerald moss, spoke of a time when artisans worked with materials not just of stone, but of potent, living magic. The air around the well was cooler, heavier, charged with an energy that made the hairs on Brid's arms stand on end, a palpable hum that resonated deep within her bones, a silent invitation to a truth that lay just beyond the reach of ordinary understanding. It was in this charged stillness that Brid began to perceive the first stirrings of a change so profound it threatened to unravel the very fabric of her perception. It began not as a whisper, but as a feeling, a subtle vibration that seemed to emanate from the earth itself, a resonant hum that grew stronger with each passing day. It was a call, a summoning that bypassed her ears and spoke directly to the core of her being, a deep internal recognition that resonated with an ancient, forgotten part of herself. The wind, when it stirred the leaves of the sentinel ash, seemed to carry more than just the scent of pine and damp earth. It carried an intimation of her own name, not spoken aloud, but felt, a gentle pressure against her awareness, a recognition from the very stones, the very soil, the very mist that clung to the glade with an almost sentient persistence. This ethereal calling was both deeply unsettling and undeniably magnetic. It drew her inexorably deeper into the mystery of the glade, towards the veiled well. The air, once merely still, now felt pregnant with a hidden life, a palpable sense of anticipation. The light, dappled and shifting, seemed to coalesce with intention, guiding her gaze, her thoughts towards the heart of the glade, the world she had known, the world of tangible realities and predictable cycles, was beginning to recede, replaced by a realm of subtle energies and profound, unspoken truths. It was as if the glade itself was a vast, slumbering consciousness, and she, Brid, was the spark that was beginning to reanimate it, or perhaps, more accurately, to be reanimated by it. The whispers of her name, carried on this strange, elemental current, were not a delusion, but a revelation, a dawning awareness that her solitary existence was about to be irrevocably altered by a force far older and more potent than she could have imagined. The ancient ash stood as a sentinel, a silent witness to the unfolding magic of the glade. Its roots, a subterranean network of immense power, delved into the earth, seeking not just water and nutrients, but the very essence of the land, the deep, pulsing heart of creation. They were the anchors of a forgotten age, binding the glade to the ancient timelines, to the very bedrock of existence. The air around the sentinel ash was thick with a palpable energy, a subtle hum that resonated with the deep, slow pulse of the earth. It was a place untouched by the relentless march of time, a sanctuary where the echoes of ages past still lingered, clinging to the moss-laden stones and the gnarled bark of the ancient tree. Here, legends claimed, the last vestiges of Conla's sacred wells, sources of profound power and conduits to the realms of the divine, still resided. The glade was a pocket of stillness, a place where the gods themselves had once communed with mortals, weaving the intricate tapestry of destiny, and the air itself seemed to retain the memory of those momentous interactions. The well of silent names lay at the heart of this sacred precinct, a humble, unassuming pool cradled by ancient stones. Its surface was a perfect mirror, an unbroken plane of stillness that belied the profound depths it concealed. The water possessed a peculiar luminescence, a soft internal glow that cast an ethereal light upon the surrounding moss and ferns, transforming the glade into a place of quiet enchantment. Archaic carvings, etched into the very stone by hands long turned to dust, encircled the well, their intricate patterns a testament to a forgotten artistry, a language of symbols that whispered of ancient rites and rituals. On the moss-covered rocks that formed the well's lip, sentinel ravens perched, motionless, their obsidian eyes, like polished jet, seeming to watch breeds approach with an ancient, knowing patience. They were not mere birds, but silent guardians, keepers of the glade's secrets, their stillness a reflection of the profound, enduring nature of the magic that permeated this place. The air around the well was charged with a palpable energy, a silent hum that resonated deep within Brid's bones. It was a feeling she had never encountered before, a mixture of awe and trepidation, a sense of standing on the threshold of something profound, something that lay beyond the realm of her known existence. The glade and the well at its heart had always been a place of profound significance in the local folklore, a site of ancient power and forgotten rituals. But for Breed, it had remained a place of distant legend, a story whispered in hushed tones. Now, however, the glade felt intimately connected to her, its magic weaving itself into the fabric of her being, drawing her closer to its hidden depths. The whispers of her own name, carried not by the wind or the rustling leaves, but by the very essence of the earth beneath her feet, by the stones warmed by an unseen sun, and by the mist that seemed to coalesce with intention, had led her here, to this place of ancient power, to this veiled well. The sentinel ash, its massive branches reaching towards the sky like the supplicating arms of a forgotten deity, cast a long, benevolent shadow over the glade. Its roots, thick as ancient pythons, writhed across the forest floor, some erupting from the earth in gnarled formations, others disappearing into the dense undergrowth, their unseen tendrils delving deep into the very heart of the land. This was a tree that had witnessed the slow, inexorable march of centuries, its bark a chronicle of seasons and storms, each fissure a testament to its enduring strength. The glade itself was a sanctuary, a pocket of profound stillness where the relentless clamor of the outside world was muted, replaced by the subtle symphony of nature, the sigh of the wind through the leaves, the murmur of unseen water, the occasional, mournful cry of a distant bird. At the center of this ancient embrace, cradled by a ring of moss-laden stones, lay the well of silent names. It was a place of serene beauty, its waters possessing a soft, internal luminescence that cast a gentle glow upon the surrounding stillness. The surface of the well was a perfect mirror, undisturbed by even the faintest ripple, an image of absolute tranquility that belied the powerful currents that lay beneath. Encircling the well were archaic carvings, patterns etched into the very stone by hands long turned to dust, their intricate designs hinting at a forgotten language, a connection to the primal forces that shaped the world. Perched motionlessly on the moss-covered rocks, sentinel ravens surveyed the scene, their obsidian eyes gleaming with an ancient, knowing patience, their silent vigil a testament to the enduring mystery of the place. Breed, drawn by a force she could neither understand nor resist, approached the well with a mixture of trepidation and reverence. The air around it was cooler, heavier, charged with a subtle energy that made the hairs on her arms prickle. It was a place that felt both ancient and alive, a sacred space where the veil between the tangible and the ethereal thinned to a mere breath. The whispers of her name, which had begun as a faint intimation on the wind's breath, had grown stronger here, resonating not in her ears, but in the very core of her being. They were carried on the earth's hum, on the warmth of the stones, on the very mist that seemed to coalesce with a deliberate, guiding intention. This was more than a place of legend. It was a place that was calling to her, beckoning her towards a destiny she was only just beginning to perceive. The sentinel ash stood as a silent witness, its ancient branches sheltering the glade, its roots intertwined with the very foundations of this sacred place, a timeless guardian of the well of silent names. The glade was a realm unto itself, a sanctuary woven from light, shadow, and the breath of ages. Dominating its heart was a sentinel ash, a titan of the natural world whose immense trunk was a testament to centuries of silent growth. Its roots, like colossal serpents, coiled and burrowed into the earth, delving deep into forgotten strata, anchoring the tree not just to the soil, but to the very memory of the land. This was a place untouched by the frenetic pulse of the modern world, a pocket of profound stillness where time itself seemed to hold its breath. Legend, a fragile thread spun from the whispers of those who had walked these paths in ages past, claimed this glade harbored one of the last true sacred wells of Conla, a place where the ancient gods once mingled with mortals, revealing the intricate, faded tapestry of human existence. The very air within the glade felt thick with a latent power, a palpable sense of history that permeated the soil, hinting at a magic long dormant, yet not entirely extinguished, waiting for the right touch to awaken its slumbering strength. Nestled at the foot of the sentinel ash, cradled by a ring of moss-covered stones, lay the well of silent names. It was not a grand, imposing structure, but a humble, natural pool, its waters possessing a peculiar, soft luminescence that cast a gentle, ethereal glow upon the surrounding stillness. The surface of the well was an unbroken mirror, reflecting the dappled sunlight filtering through the ash's canopy with perfect, almost startling clarity. Encircling the well, almost consumed by the verdant embrace of moss, were faint, archaic carvings, patterns etched into the very stone by hands long since turned to dust. These were not mere decorations, they were glyphs of power, vestiges of a forgotten language that spoke of the well's profound significance. On the rocks that formed the well's lip, sentinel ravens perched, their forms utterly still, their obsidian eyes like polished shards of night, watching breeds approach with an ancient, knowing patience. They were the silent guardians of this sacred space, their unblinking gaze a testament to the enduring mystery held within its depths. Brid found herself drawn to the well, a subtle, irresistible pull that emanated from its still waters. The air around it was perceptibly cooler, charged with a potent energy that made the fine hairs on her arms stand on end. It was a presence, a palpable hum that resonated deep within her being, a silent symphony played on the strings of ancient magic. This was the culmination of a strange calling, a summons that had woven itself into the very fabric of her solitary existence. It began with the rustling of leaves, the familiar whisper of the wind through the sentinel ash. But it evolved into something far more profound. She began to perceive her own name, carried not by human voices or earthly sounds, but by the very essence of the earth beneath her feet, by the stones warmed by an unseen sun, and by the mist that seemed to coalesce with intention, shrouding the glade in an ethereal veil. This ethereal calling was both unsettling and undeniably magnetic, drawing her deeper into the heart of a mystery that felt intrinsically linked to her own soul. The glade, with its ancient ash and its veiled well, was no longer just a place of legend. It was a destination, a revelation, the focal point of a destiny that was beginning to unfold with an insistent, undeniable urgency. The sentinel ash seemed to breathe with her, not with a physical inhalation and exhalation, but with a subtle shift in its ambient energy, a quiet resonance that pulsed in time with the thrumming in Brid's own chest. She stood before the well of silent names, not with the intention of drawing water, nor of consulting its legendary depths, but with a stillness that mirrored the well's own profound quietude. It was a solitary vigil, one that felt both imposed and chosen, a surrender to the ancient rhythms that pulsed beneath the glade's emerald canopy. The ravens, still perched on the moss-kissed stones, were not merely observers. They felt like silent participants in this unfolding communion, their dark eyes reflecting the dappled light and the deepening stillness within Brid herself. She remembered the tales, the fragmented lore passed down through generations like precious heirlooms, each word imbued with the weight of ages. The well of silent names, it was said, was a repository of all that was unsaid, of all that was forgotten, of all that had the potential to be. It was a place where souls found their true resonance, where destinies were whispered into existence, and where the echoes of ancient pacts still lingered, Breed, the healer, the dreamweaver, had always felt a kinship with the hidden currents of existence, with the subtle language of the earth and the human spirit. But this was different. This was not the deciphering of external signs, but an internal beckoning, a call that resonated with a primal truth she was only now beginning to grasp. Her solitary life, once a deliberate choice born of a gentle introversion, now felt like a preparation, a quiet honing of senses for a purpose that was as vast as the sky and as deep as the roots of the sentinel ash. The glade, in its hushed grandeur, seemed to hold its breath with her. The usual symphony of the forest, the scuttling of unseen creatures, the chirping of birds, the rustle of leaves, had receded, replaced by a profound, almost deafening silence. It was a silence that was not empty, but full, pregnant with unspoken knowledge. Breed reached out a hand, not to touch the water, but to rest her palm against the cool, moss-covered stone that bordered the well. The stone felt alive beneath her touch, a conduit to the earth's deep, slow heartbeat. A faint warmth spread from her palm, a subtle exchange of energy that seemed to ripple through the ancient rock. It was as if the well itself was acknowledging her presence, not with a fanfare of trumpets or a celestial chorus, but with a deepening of its own profound stillness, a quiet affirmation of her right to be there, to bear witness. In this solitary communion, Brid felt a strange sense of both isolation and connection. She was alone, utterly alone, in this sacred space, a single human soul standing before a well of ancient power. Yet, she was also profoundly connected, not just to the glade, the ash, and the well, but to something far vaster, something that stretched back to the dawn of time. The whispers of her name, which had drawn her here, now felt like an integral part of the glade's own song, a new melody woven into its ancient tapestry. She closed her eyes, allowing the stillness to envelop her completely. She breathed in the scent of damp earth, of decaying leaves, of the wild, unseen blossoms, and exhaled the quiet anxieties of her solitude, the gentle worries that had once clung to her like the morning mist, the dreams that had begun to trouble her sleep, the visions that had flickered at the edges of her awareness now seemed to find their echo in the palpable energy of the glade. They were not mere phantasms of the night, but fragments of a larger truth, pieces of a puzzle that the well seemed poised to reveal. She had always been adept at interpreting the language of dreams, at weaving together the threads of the subconscious into coherent narratives of healing and understanding. But these new dreams were different. They spoke of ancient forests, of whispering spirits, of a power that lay dormant beneath the surface of the world, a power that was now stirring, awakening, and reaching out. And the whispers of her name, woven into these visions, had become a personal summons, a call to a destiny that was inextricably linked to this hallowed ground. The sentinel ash, its immense boughs reaching like a protective canopy, cast a dappled mosaic of light and shadow upon the well. Each falling leaf, each subtle shift in the breeze felt like a deliberate gesture, a punctuation mark in the silent narrative of the glade. Breed felt an urge not to speak, but to be, to exist in this moment of profound quietude, to allow the glade's essence to seep into her own. Her healing skills, honed through years of practice and an innate empathy, had always been about restoring balance, about mending what was broken. Now, she sensed, the balance she was meant to restore was on a grander scale, a scale that encompassed the very soul of the land. The glade was not just a place of beauty, it was a place of power, a nexus where the mortal and the magical intertwined. And she, Brid, was being called to understand its intricate workings. The ravens, their obsidian eyes unwavering, were a constant, silent presence. They did not stir, did not caw, did not betray any outward sign of their ancient knowledge. They were simply there, their stillness a testament to the enduring nature of the magic that permeated the glade. Breed found a strange comfort in their silent vigil, a reassurance that she was not entirely alone in this profound encounter. They were creatures of myth, woven into the very fabric of Celtic lore, often seen as messengers, as guardians, as beings who understood the secrets of the other world. Their presence here, at the Well of Silent Names, felt significant, a silent affirmation of the glade's sacred status and the importance of her solitary vigil. As the hours of her vigil stretched, the initial apprehension that had accompanied her arrival began to transform into a quiet acceptance, a deep sense of belonging. The glade was no longer just a place she had been drawn to. It felt like a part of her, and she, a part of it. The whispers of her name, which had once seemed external, now felt as though they were emanating from within her own soul, a deep, resonant recognition of a truth that had always been there, waiting to be uncovered. She was not merely an observer of the glade's magic. She was becoming a participant, a conduit, a part of the unfolding mystery. The solitary nature of her vigil was not a sign of her isolation, but of the intimate, personal nature of the calling she had received. It was a journey that had to be walked alone, a communion that required the deepest form of introspection and surrender. The sunlight began its slow descent, painting the glade in hues of amber and rose. The shadows lengthened, deepening the mystery of the ancient trees and the sacred well. Breed remained, her vigil unbroken, her spirit attuned to the subtle shifts in the glade's energy. She was a woman of quiet solitude, her life a testament to the power of gentle resilience and the profound wisdom found in stillness. Yet, in this moment, before the well of silent names, under the ancient gaze of the sentinel ash, Brid was more than just a healer, more than a dream weaver. She was a keeper of the glade's silence, a solitary sentinel in a place where time itself seemed to have paused, waiting for her to understand the true depth of the whispers that had drawn her to its heart. The glade, in its profound quietude, held her, embraced her, And in that silent embrace, Brid began to understand that her solitary vigil was not an end, but a profound and potent beginning. The earth hummed beneath her, the ash stood sentinel, and the well, a mirror to eternity, held a silence that was, in itself, a revelation. Her purpose, once shrouded in the mists of legend and the vagaries of dreams, was beginning to crystallize, sharp and clear as the water in the well, awaiting the moment when it would be called forth. The air around the well grew heavier, not with the oppression of a storm, but with the palpable weight of secrets preparing to be unfurled. Breed felt a subtle shift within herself, a recalibration of her senses. The scent of the damp earth intensified, carrying with it the faintest hint of ozone, as if the very atmosphere was about to crackle with latent energy. The sentinel ash, its ancient branches etched against the deepening twilight, seemed to lean closer, its leaves rustling with a sound that was not of the wind, but of an ancient, resonant sigh. It was a sound that seemed to acknowledge the turning of a tide, a shift in the unseen currents that governed the world. Breed's solitary vigil was no longer just a passive observation. It was a silent participation in a grand, unfolding ritual. She imagined the countless hands that had touched these stones, the prayers that had been whispered, the hopes that had been cast into its depths. Each touch, each whisper, had added to the well's reservoir of power, to its silent, enduring memory. Her own touch, resting against the cool, mossy surface, felt like a continuation of that lineage, a thread connecting her solitary present to the glade's ancient past. The whispers of her name, which had seemed so ethereal, now felt grounded, rooted in the very earth she stood upon. They were not merely sounds, but affirmations, confirmations that she belonged, that she was recognized, that her presence here was not accidental, but ordained. The ravens, their stillness absolute, seemed to embody the glade's enduring presence. They were ancient spirits, in avian form, their silent watch a testament to the timeless nature of the magic that resided here. Breed's gaze met theirs, and in their obsidian depths, she saw not just reflection, but a flicker of recognition, shared understanding that transcended the boundaries of species and of worlds. They were witnesses to the ancient pacts, to the ebb and flow of power, and to the dawning of new destinies. Their silent acknowledgement was more potent than any spoken word, a confirmation that her solitary vigil was indeed a pivotal moment. As the last rays of sunlight receded, casting long, spectral shadows across the glade, Breed felt a profound sense of peace settle over her. The initial trepidation had long since given way to a deep, unwavering certainty. Her life of gentle solitude, of tending to the needs of others, and unraveling the intricate threads of dreams, had brought her to this very place, to this moment of quiet revelation. She was not merely a recluse, she was a guardian, a listener, a woman whose sensitivity to the unseen world had led her to the heart of its deepest mysteries. The glade had called her, and she had answered, her solitary vigil a testament to the power of quiet devotion and the irresistible pull of destiny. The well of silent names remained an unbroken mirror, reflecting the deepening twilight and the silent strength of the sentinel ash. Breed, standing before it, felt a kinship with the well's profound stillness, a resonance with its ancient secrets. Her solitary vigil was not an end to her quiet life, but an opening into a deeper, more resonant existence. The whispers of her name were no longer just an invitation, but a promise, a testament to the profound and transformative power that lay dormant, waiting for the right moment to awaken. The glade held her in its silent embrace, a sanctuary where the echoes of ages past met the nascent stirrings of a future yet to be written. And Brid, the solitary vigil keeper, was its central, silent witness. The weight of the world, once a gentle burden, now felt like a sacred trust, a responsibility that she was ready to embrace, bathed in the ethereal glow of a glade that had finally revealed its deepest heart to her. The glade, once a sanctuary of familiar sounds, was now a tapestry woven with an entirely new resonance. Breed, still standing before the well of silent names, felt it first not as a sound, but as a vibration, a low thrumming that pulsed from the very bedrock of the earth. It was as if the stones themselves, warmed by an unseen sun, were breathing, and with each silent exhalation, they breathed her name, not spoken, not sung, but felt. It was a sensation that bypassed her ears, resonating directly within her bones, a deep, bone deep recognition that both unnerved and utterly captivated her. This was no ordinary wind's whisper, no trick of the light or shadow playing on her senses. This was a deliberate, insistent calling, woven from the primal elements that comprised this hallowed place. She closed her eyes, her palm still resting on the cool, moss-laden stone of the well. The mist, which had been a gentle, amorphous presence earlier, now seemed to gather with a subtle intent, swirling around her ankles like hesitant fingers, and within that gathering mist, she could almost discern the shape of her name. It was a fluid, shifting calligraphy, formed not of ink or breath, but of pure, unadulterated essence. It was the mist that had condensed from the breath of ancient trees, the mist that had kissed the dew-laden leaves of countless dawns, and it was whispering Brid. The sensation was akin to being remembered by the land itself, of forgotten truth being unearthed from the depths of time. The sentinel ash, its immense presence a silent guardian, seemed to bend its branches lower, as if to better channel this ethereal utterance. The leaves, usually stirred by the gentlest zephyr, were now utterly still, holding their breath as if in reverence. The air grew thick with an unnameable energy, a potent stillness that amplified the subtle yet pervasive calling. Breed's breath hitched, not from fear, but from an overwhelming sense of awe. Her name, carried on this invisible current, was a promise, a confirmation, a key turning in a lock she hadn't known existed within her own soul. It was the sound of her own essence being acknowledged by the very fabric of existence, a profound and deeply intimate recognition. She opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping across the glade. The ravens, still perched on their stony perches, seemed to nod in unison, their glossy heads inclined as if listening to the same secret she was privy to. Their silence was no longer merely observational, it was a participation, an affirmation of the extraordinary happening before them. They too were attuned to this primal communication. Breed felt a surge of gratitude for their unwavering presence. These ancient sentinels, who had witnessed so much more than she could ever comprehend, their silent acknowledgement of her name, carried on the breath of the earth, was a validation of the profound shift occurring within her. The calling was not a single, isolated event. It began to weave itself into the fabric of her days. When she walked through the dew-kissed grass, the blades seemed to whisper her name with each step. When she reached for a smooth, sun-warmed stone by the stream, a faint resonance emanated from it, a gentle hum that echoed the cadence of her own name. Even the silent flight of the bees, their industrious hum, a familiar comfort, seemed to carry a faint undercurrent of her designation. It was as if the glade itself had awakened to her presence, recognizing her not just as a visitor, but as something more, something intrinsically linked to its very being. This subtle yet persistent acknowledgement began to seep into her dreams. They became vivid, detailed narratives of the glade's history, of ancient rituals performed under starlit skies, of pacts forged between the seen and the unseen. In these dreams, her name was spoken not by human lips, but by the rustling of primordial forests, by the murmur of ancient rivers, by the very heartbeat of the land. It was a name that was sung by the wind before it had found its voice, a name that was etched into the memory of the stones before they were worn smooth by time. These were not mere dreams. They were echoes of a forgotten truth, fragments of a grander narrative in which she was destined to play a significant part. The intensity of the calling grew, becoming a magnetic pull, an irresistible invitation to delve deeper into the glade's mysteries. It was a gentle insistence, a persistent echo that resonated with a yearning she hadn't fully understood until now. Her life, once a quiet tapestry of healing herbs and solitary contemplation, was now being rewoven with threads of ancient magic. The glade was not just a place she inhabited, it was a part of her, and she, it seemed, was a part of its unfolding destiny. The name, carried on the wind's breath, had become a conduit, a channel through which the glade communicated its deepest secrets, and Brid, the solitary listener, was finally ready to receive them. The phenomenon was not merely auditory or tactile, it was deeply spiritual. It felt like a homecoming, a recognition by a force far older and more profound than human memory. Her name, whispered by the very essence of the earth, was an affirmation of her belonging, a validation of the unseen connections that had always drawn her to this secluded corner of the world. It was as if the glade had been waiting for her, patiently, silently, for centuries, for millennia, for the moment when her own essence would resonate with its ancient pulse, and her name would become part of its eternal song. She found herself drawn back to the well of silent names, not with the same hesitant awe as before, but with a growing sense of purpose. The ravens remained, their obsidian eyes following her movements, silent companions in her unfolding journey. The sentinel ash seemed to acknowledge her return with a subtle shift in the dappled light that filtered through its leaves, a warm caress of sunshine that felt like a silent greeting. The mist, no longer hesitant, now swirled with a familiar grace, and within its ethereal currents, she could almost see the shimmering letters of her name, an iridescent script that pulsed with life. The calling was not a demanding roar, but a constant, gentle hum beneath the surface of her awareness. It was the subtle symphony of the glade, a melody composed of rustling leaves, babbling brooks, and the silent growth of mosses. But now, interwoven within this symphony, was the distinct, personal thread of her name. It was as if the entire glade had learned to sing her name, each element contributing its unique voice to a chorus of recognition. The wind, when it finally stirred, carried it with a new lilt, a familiar yet altered tune that spoke of a deeper connection. She remembered the old tales, the fragments of lore about places that remembered, about stones that held the echoes of ancient vows, about spirits that communicated through the very breath of nature. These stories, once the subject of her quiet contemplation, now felt like tangible realities, the living essence of the glade revealing itself to her. Her name, carried on the wind's breath, was not an anomaly. It was a manifestation of the glade's deep, sentient nature, a sign that it was alive, aware, and reaching out to her. The familiarity of her own name, spoken by such an unfamiliar medium, created a profound internal dialogue. It was a conversation between her conscious self and the deeper, more primal aspects of her being that had always been drawn to the wild, untamed heart of the world. The glade was not just a geographical location, it was a nexus of power, a place where the veil between worlds was thin and where communication could transcend the ordinary limitations of human perception. Her name, whispered by the earth, was an invitation to cross that threshold, to step into a deeper understanding of the magic that permeated her existence. As the days unfolded, Brid began to perceive her name not just as a series of sounds, but as a concept, a living entity that was intrinsically linked to the glade. It was the essence of her being, recognized and amplified by the ancient consciousness of this sacred place. The stones that warmed beneath the sun carried it in their radiant heat. The mist that coalesced from the earth's breath whispered it in its cool embrace, and the wind, that eternal messenger, sang it with a newfound intimacy. Her solitude, once a choice of quietude, now felt like a preparation, a deliberate attunement to a frequency that only she, amongst mortals, seemed to be able to perceive. The glade was calling her, and it was calling her by name, a name that was becoming synonymous with the very heart of the forest. The phenomenon continued to evolve, becoming more intricate, more personal. It was as if the glade was not just acknowledging her presence, but actively engaging with her, weaving her identity into its own timeless narrative. The very air seemed to vibrate with the resonance of her name, a subtle yet constant hum that accompanied her every move. It was not an invasive intrusion, but a gentle, persistent presence, like a familiar melody played on an unfamiliar instrument. She found herself instinctively responding to it, her own inner resonance aligning with the glade's ethereal pronouncements. The whispers weren't always distinct words, but sometimes they were a feeling, a knowing that settled deep within her. It was the sensation of the earth acknowledging her, of the ancient trees recognizing her lineage, of the very essence of the glade embracing her as one of its own. Her name, carried on the wind's breath, was no longer just a designation. It was a promise of secrets yet to be revealed, of a destiny that was unfolding with each passing moment under the watchful gaze of the sentinel ash and the silent communion of the ravens. The glade was speaking to her in its own ancient tongue, and Breed was listening, her heart open to the profound, magical truth that was being whispered on the breath of the wind. The ethereal chorus of her name, once a gentle murmur, had begun to swell, no longer content to reside solely within the resonant depths of Brid's bones. It was a pervasive symphony now, woven into the very fabric of the glade, a constant, undeniable presence that tugged at her senses. Each rustle of leaves, each sigh of the wind through the sentinel ash seemed to carry syllable of her name, transforming the familiar woodland symphony into a deeply personal, albeit uncanny, overture. It was as if the glade itself had found its voice, and that voice was her own, amplified and echoed by 1,000 ancient throats. Breed found herself pausing more frequently, tilting her head as if to catch a particularly clear articulation, her solitary wanderings now imbued with a sense of expectant anticipation, a quiet awareness that something more profound was about to unfold. The ravens, those obsidian sentinels, seemed to share this newfound receptiveness, their usual raucous calls replaced by a watchful stillness, their eyes, like chips of polished jet, fixed on her with an almost unnerving intensity. They too were waiting. It was within this heightened state of perception, as the whispers coalesced into an almost tangible hum, that the mist began to gather with a new purpose. It was not the gentle, amorphous shroud of earlier hours, but a swirling vortex of opalescent vapor coalescing at the heart of the glade with a luminescence that seemed to emanate from within. It thickened, pulsed, and then, with a slow, deliberate unfurling, a shape began to emerge from its luminous depths. It was not the form of a man, nor of a beast known to the earthly realm, but something altogether more ancient, more significant. Before Brid, bathed in an unearthly glow, stood a stag, but this was no ordinary woodland dweller. Its coat was a cascade of moonlight on freshly fallen snow, so pure and luminous that it seemed to absorb and radiate the very essence of light. Each hair seemed to possess its own inner radiance, casting a soft, ethereal glow that pushed back the encroaching twilight of the glade. It was a creature sculpted from dreams and ancient lore, a being spun from the very magic that saturated this place. Its antlers, magnificent and immense, branched upwards like the gnarled limbs of an ancient oak, each tine tipped with a pearlescent gleam, as if crowned with solidified starlight. They were not merely bone, but intricate works of art, mirroring the very patterns of the cosmos. The stag's eyes, large and dark, held within them the stillness of 1,000 dawns and the wisdom of forgotten ages. There was no flicker of wildness, no trace of the fear that would normally grip a creature of its kind in the presence of a human. Instead, they regarded Brid with a profound, serene knowing, a silent acknowledgement of her presence that resonated deeper than any spoken word. It was a gaze that saw past the surface into the very core of her being, a silent recognition that left Brid breathless. The air around it thrummed with a quiet, potent energy, a palpable aura of grace and power that was both humbling and deeply reassuring. The whispers that had been calling her name seemed to recede, momentarily silenced by the sheer, overwhelming presence of this celestial creature. The earth beneath Brid's feet seemed to hold its breath, the leaves of the sentinel ash still and silent, all attuned to the magnificent apparition. The stag did not move, yet its stillness conveyed an undeniable urgency. Its luminous form, a stark, breathtaking contrast to the muted greens and earthy browns of the forest floor, acted as a silent beacon, an unspoken invitation. It turned its noble head, the moonlight glinting off its antlered crown, and with a slow, deliberate movement of its head, it indicated a path leading deeper into the woods, a direction Breed had never before considered. There was no sound, no vocalization, yet the message was as clear as the stag's luminous coat. It was a summons, an unspoken directive that bypassed the need for language. The path it indicated was not one that Brid recognized. It was a faint suggestion of a trail, barely discernible even with the stag's guiding light, a subtle parting of the undergrowth that hinted at passage. It was a beckoning towards the unknown, a call to venture further into the heart of the glade's mystery, a mystery that Breed was beginning to understand she was intricately a part of. The stag's presence was not a threat, but a promise, a guide emerging from the very mist of the glade's enchantment to lead her where she was meant to go. The connection was immediate and profound. It felt as though the whispers of her name had been the overture, and this magnificent creature was the conductor, signaling the beginning of a symphony that would redefine her understanding of this sacred place, and indeed of herself. Breed felt a strange, instinctive trust bloom within her. The fear that might have been expected in such an encounter was absent, replaced by an overwhelming sense of wonder and a deep, inexplicable certainty that she was meant to follow. The stag's gaze held a warmth that belied its otherworldly nature, a silent assurance that she was safe, that she was guided by something ancient and benevolent. It was a living embodiment of the glade's deeper spirit, a manifestation of the untamed magic that had drawn her here in the first place. The unspoken invitation was irresistible, a siren call from the very heart of the wilderness. She took a hesitant step forward, then another, her eyes never leaving the luminous form of the white stag. The mist seemed to swirl and eddy around its hooves, a living testament to its ethereal nature, parting before it as if in deference. As Brid moved, the stag began to walk, its gait as fluid and graceful as a flowing river. It did not move swiftly, but with a measured pace that allowed Brid to keep pace, her heart beating a rhythm that seemed to sync with the soft tread of its hooves on the mossy ground. The further they ventured, the more the glade seemed to transform. The familiar trees took on a more ancient, imposing aspect, their branches interwoven like the protective arms of giants. The very air grew heavier, charged with an unseen energy that prickled Brid's skin. The stag led her away from the well, away from the sentinel ash, towards a section of the glade that Brid had previously overlooked, or perhaps had been prevented from seeing. It was as if the usual boundaries of the glade had receded, revealing a hidden pathway, a deeper dimension to this secluded sanctuary. The flora itself seemed to shift and respond to the stag's passage. Ferns unfurled like ancient scrolls, revealing intricate patterns previously concealed. Flowers, closed to the pale sunlight, now bloomed with an inner luminescence, their petals shimmering with the same ethereal glow as the stag's coat. It was a silent, unfolding revelation, a testament to the stag's power to reveal the glade's hidden marvels. Breed felt a growing sense of connection to this place, a deepening resonance that had been sparked by the whispers of her name, and now solidified by the presence of this magnificent guide. The stag was not just leading her to a physical location, it was leading her to a deeper understanding, a revelation of the glade's sentient heart. The legend of the white stag, a creature of myth and omen, often appearing at moments of profound significance, echoed in her mind. She had always dismissed such tales as fanciful embellishments, but now, standing beside this creature of moonlight and legend, the lines between myth and reality blurred and dissolved. The stag paused, its head lifting as if to scent the wind. Breed followed its gaze, her eyes scanning the dense foliage ahead. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something else, something subtly sweet and ancient, like the breath of the earth itself. The mist, which had been a constant companion, now seemed to thin, allowing sliver of a sky deeper and more star-dusted than Brid had ever witnessed to pierce through the canopy. The silence was profound, broken only by the softest whisper of the stag's breath, a sound as gentle as the falling of dew. It was then that Breed noticed the subtle shift in the ground beneath her feet. The moss, usually thick and yielding, gave way to a more defined, yet still natural pathway. It was not paved, nor marked by human hands, but rather a deliberate clearing, as if the very earth had smoothed itself out to welcome her. The trees here were older, larger, their bark deeply fissured, bearing the marks of centuries, perhaps millennia, of existence. They seemed to lean in, their branches forming a vaulted archway over the nascent path, creating a natural corridor of awe and reverence. The white stag nudged her gently with its velvet nose, a gesture that was both startling and deeply comforting. It was a silent encouragement, a quiet affirmation that she was on the right path, that she was moving towards a destination of great import. Breed reached out a trembling hand, her fingers brushing against the stag's luminous flank. The fur was impossibly soft, radiating a gentle warmth that seemed to flow directly into her, dispelling any lingering apprehension. It was as if she were touching not just an animal, but a conduit to the primal energies of the glade. The urgency that the stag conveyed was not one of alarm, but of a patient, insistent drawing. It was the pull of destiny, the beckoning of a hidden truth that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. The whispers of her name, which had served as the initial summons, now seemed to recede into the background, their purpose fulfilled. The white stag had become the primary messenger, its silent presence a far more eloquent testament to the glade's awakening. As they continued, the mist began to coalesce again, not around the stag, but in a denser swirl ahead, obscuring the path that lay beyond. It was as if the glade was revealing itself to her in stages, guarding its deepest secrets until the appointed time. The stag, however, moved towards the mist without hesitation, its luminous form cutting a clear, unwavering path through the opalescent haze. Breed followed, her breath catching in her throat, a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration coursing through her. She was stepping into the heart of the enchantment, guided by a creature born of the glade's most ancient dreams. The unspoken promise of the whispers had led her here, to this moment, to this silent, powerful guide, and Breed knew, with an absolute certainty that settled deep within her soul, that she could not turn back. The glade was calling her, and the white stag was the key to unlocking its deepest mysteries. The journey that unfolded before Breed was not etched onto any cartographer's parchment, nor could it be stumbled upon by chance. It was a path woven from intention, revealed only to those attuned to the glade's deeper frequencies. The white stag, a creature of impossible luminescence, moved with a grace that defied the tangled chaos of the untamed woods, where Brid had seen only an impenetrable wall of thorns and a suffocating density of undergrowth. An ethereal trail now began to open. It was a slow, deliberate unfurling, as if the very fabric of the forest was yielding to the stag's silent command. Brambles, thick as a man's wrist, drew back, their thorny barbs retracting, as if in respectful deference, leaving behind a clean, discernible passage. The undergrowth seemed to sigh and part, the ferns uncoiling themselves from their tightly bound forms to create a clear, albeit understated, avenue. It was as if the glade itself was breathing open for her, preparing the way for a guest of particular significance. As they moved deeper, Breed's attention was drawn to the ground beneath her feet. The familiar, yielding carpet of moss was interspersed with stones, larger and more ancient than any she had noticed before. These were not rough, jagged rocks, but smooth, river worn stones, polished by time and perhaps by more than just water. An unusual warmth emanated from them, a comforting heat that seeped through the soles of her worn boots and into her very bones. It was not the harsh heat of the sun, but a gentle, pervasive warmth, like that of embers banked for the night, hinting at a deep, stored energy. Each step upon these stones felt like a confirmation, a silent assurance that she was treading a way that was not merely hidden, but divinely ordained. The warmth was a tangible reassurance, banishing the primal chill of the encroaching forest and replacing it with a sense of profound welcomes. The white stag continued its unhurried progress, its luminous coat casting a soft, ethereal glow upon the newly revealed path. This light was not harsh or blinding, but a gentle illumination that seemed to penetrate the deepest shadows, revealing details Brid had never before perceived. The bark of the ancient trees that now lined their route was a tapestry of deep fissures and intricate patterns, telling stories of seasons beyond counting. Some of these trees, impossibly old, seemed to lean in towards the path, their branches interlacing overhead to form a living canopy, a natural cathedral that filtered the scarce light into dappled patterns on the ground. The air here was different too, heavier with an ancient scent, a subtle perfume of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the fainter, sweeter fragrance of unseen blossoms. It was the scent of deep time, of the glade's enduring spirit. Breed found herself instinctively mirroring the stag's measured pace. The initial apprehension that had flickered within her upon encountering the creature had long since subsided, replaced by a profound sense of awe and a trust that was as deep and unshakable as the ancient oaks surrounding them. This was not the cautious trust one might extend to a wild animal, but a certainty born of recognition, as if she had known this creature and this path in some forgotten memory. The stag was more than a guide. It was a manifestation of the glade's own sentience, an embodiment of the whispers that had called her name. Each step taken along this unveiling path was a step further into the heart of that mystery, a journey not just through the physical landscape, but through layers of awareness. The pathway, though clear, remained utterly natural. There were no signs of human intervention, no cleared brush or carved markers. It was simply a space that had been made, a gentle invitation to proceed. It felt as though the very ground had been smoothed and prepared by an unseen hand, the earth responding to a primal rhythm. The stones, embedded in the soft soil, formed a subtle yet definite progression, leading her deeper into the glade's interior. Breed noticed how the surrounding flora seemed to hold a heightened vibrancy, The mosses were a richer, more vivid green, the leaves of the ferns a more profound emerald. Even the dappled sunlight seemed to possess a more intense quality, as if the glade was awakening fully around them, revealing its true magical countenance. The silence was profound, yet not empty. It was a silence filled with the unspoken language of the wild, punctuated by the soft, almost imperceptible padding of the stag's hooves and the rhythmic beat of Brid's own heart, which seemed to synchronize with the gentle pulsations of the earth. The air hummed with a latent energy, a palpable thrumming that resonated deep within her chest. It was the sound of life, magnified and intensified, the vibrant pulse of the glade's ancient soul. She felt a sense of homecoming, a deep, soul stirring connection to this place that transcended logic or reason. The whispers of her name, which had first drawn her here, now felt like a distant echo, their purpose fulfilled in guiding her to this living, breathing enigma. The white stag paused, its head lifting slightly, as if sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Breed followed its silent cue, her eyes scanning the dense foliage that lay ahead. The path seemed to curve and disappear into a particularly dense cluster of ancient yews, their dark needles creating an almost impenetrable screen. Yet, where the stag's luminous form was directed, there was a subtle softening of the shadows, a hint of a passage where none should exist. It was as if the very densest parts of the forest were now permeable, offering themselves to this creature of light. The stag turned its magnificent head, its dark, knowing eyes meeting Brid's, and with a gentle nudge of its velvet muzzle, it urged her forward. The unspoken message was clear. The true unveiling lay beyond this seemingly solid barrier. Breed felt a tremor of anticipation, a delicious blend of excitement and the lingering awe that had become her constant companion. She stepped towards the yews, her hand outstretched as if to test their solidity. As her fingers brushed against the cool, dark needles, they parted, not with the resistance of branches, but with a yielding softness, like entering a curtain of mist. The stag moved through, its luminous form dissolving into the darkness of the yew grove, and Brid followed, her breath catching in her throat. Within the yew grove, the world transformed once more. The dense canopy of needles allowed only the faintest glimmer of light to penetrate. Yet the grove was not dark. Instead, the air itself seemed to possess an inner luminescence, emanating from the very heart of the ancient trees. The ground here was not earth, but a thick, velvety moss that cushioned every step, making her progress utterly silent. In the center of this sacred grove, a pool of water lay undisturbed, its surface like polished obsidian. It was perfectly still, reflecting the subtle glow of the grove like a captured piece of the night sky. The white stag stood at the edge of the pool, its silhouette sharp and clear against the gentle radiance of the yew grove. It lowered its head, not to drink, but to gaze into the water. As it did, ripples began to emanate from its muzzle, spreading across the glassy surface. These were not ordinary ripples. They were luminous, pulsing outwards like rings of light, and as they expanded, the water itself began to shimmer and shift. Images began to form within the depths of the pool, fleeting visions that coalesced and dissolved with a dreamlike fluidity. Breed approached the pool, drawn by an irresistible magnetism. She saw glimpses of herself, but not as she was now. She saw herself younger and older, her face etched with the wisdom of years. She saw herself in places she had never been, performing deeds she could only imagine. These were not mere visions. They felt like echoes of past lives, or perhaps premonitions of futures yet to be written. The whispers of her name seemed to return, but now they were clearer, more distinct, carrying fragments of forgotten knowledge, fragments that seemed to resonate with the images in the pool. The white stag lifted its head, its gaze once again meeting Breed's. It turned, and with a subtle inclination of its head, indicated a narrow opening in the yew trees on the far side of the grove. This was not the same path they had entered, but a new passage leading deeper still into the heart of the glade's mystery. The air grew colder, carrying with it a distinct chill, yet it was not an unpleasant cold. It was a crispness that sharpened her senses, clearing away any lingering fatigue. The scent of the yews intensified, sharp, resinous aroma that spoke of ancient secrets and enduring strength. Breed felt a growing understanding. The path revealed by the stag was not a single linear route, but a series of unfolding passages, each leading to a deeper revelation. The glade was not merely a place, it was a living entity, a nexus of interwoven energies and forgotten lore, and the white stag was its guardian, its interpreter. The warmth of the stones, the yielding brambles, the luminous grove, each element was a deliberate unveiling, a preparation for what lay beyond. She was being led not just to a destination, but to a state of being, a deeper communion with the ancient heart of the glade. The journey was the revelation, and the revelations were as profound as the whispers that had first stirred her soul. She knew with a certainty that settled like a deep, calm tide within her that she was finally walking the path that had been waiting for her, the unseen path unveiled, leading her into the very essence of the glade's magic. The stag nudged her again, a gentle insistence, and Breed stepped towards the new opening, ready to embrace whatever further mysteries lay hidden within the verdant embrace of the glade. The whispers were now silent, replaced by the thrum of her own awakened spirit, guided by the silent, radiant presence of the white stag, her companion on this journey into the ancient heart of the wild. The air felt charged, expectant, as if the glade itself held its breath, awaiting her next step into the deepening enchantment. The final opening in the ancient yew grove led not to a further thickening of trees, but to a sudden, breathtaking expanse. Breed stepped through, and the air shifted, growing impossibly still and imbued with a profound quietude. She had entered a hidden glen, a sanctuary carved from the heart of the wild, a place that seemed to breathe with a peace so ancient it felt like the very exhalation of the earth. The white stag, its luminous coat, a soft beacon in the dappled light, paused at the edge of this sacred space, its gaze sweeping over the scene with an air of quiet approval. This was not a place of wild, untamed beauty, though beauty was undeniably present. It was a beauty that spoke of intention, of careful guardianship. The glen was a shallow, bowl like depression in the land, its slopes softened by a thick carpet of emerald moss that seemed to absorb all sound. Ancient trees, their forms gnarled and twisted like the arthritic hands of elders, ringed the clearing, their branches interwoven to form a living ceiling that filtered the sunlight into shifting patterns of gold and shadow. Yet, it was not the trees or the moss that commanded Breed's immediate attention. At the very center of the glen lay the well of silent names. It was not a deep, plunging abyss, but a shallow pool, its waters so still and clear that the bottom was perfectly visible. The stone basin that cradled the water was a pale, almost milky granite, smoothed by the passage of countless ages. But it was the water itself that held Breed captive. It possessed a soft, internal luminescence, a gentle, pearlescent glow that seemed to emanate from within the very molecules of the water. This light was not bright enough to illuminate the glen fully, but it cast a subtle, otherworldly radiance upon the immediate surroundings, turning the moss and the encircling stones into a tapestry of muted greens and blues. Encircling the well were carvings etched into the very stone of the basin, patterns that spoke of a forgotten language. They were not rough, haphazard markings, but intricate, flowing designs, spirals that coiled inwards like unfurling ferns, geometric shapes that seemed to hum with a silent energy, and stylized figures that hinted at beings both familiar and utterly alien. Brid knelt, her fingers tracing the cool, smooth lines. These were not the work of chisel and hammer. They felt as if they had been impressed into the stone by a divine touch. The very thoughts of the earth made manifest. Each groove seemed to hold a story, a resonance of the hands that had pressed them, hands that had long since returned to the dust from which they came. There was a sense of profound artistry here, a sacred geometry that spoke of a deep understanding of the world's underlying rhythms. As Breed's eyes adjusted to the soft light, she noticed the guardians of the well, perched motionlessly on the moss-covered rocks that dotted the edge of the glen, were ravens, not the ordinary ravens of the woods, but creatures of unusual size, their feathers the color of midnight, glossed with an iridescent sheen that caught the faint light. Their eyes, like polished obsidian, were fixed upon her, and in their stillness there was an ancient, knowing patience. They were sentinels, witnesses to the ebb and flow of time, their presence lending an aura of solemnity to the glade. They did not croak or stir, they simply watched, their silence a potent testament to the sanctity of the place. The white stag moved with a deliberate grace, its hooves making no sound on the mossy ground. It approached the well and dipped its head, not to drink, but to rest its muzzle against the rim of the stone basin. As it did, the luminescence of the water seemed to deepen, to pulse with a more vibrant energy. Breed felt an almost overwhelming sense of peace settle upon her, a peace that seeped into her bones, quieting the restless churn of her thoughts. It was as if the very act of her arrival had been anticipated, welcomed. She rose slowly, drawn by an irresistible curiosity. The ravens remained unblinking, their gaze unwavering. Breed stepped closer to the well, her reflection appearing in the placid water, superimposed with a soft inner glow. As she gazed, the surface of the well began to shimmer, not with ripples, but with a subtle distortion, as if the water itself were a veil. The carvings on the stone basin seemed to deepen, to gain a three-dimensional quality, the ancient script appearing to shift and reform before her eyes. The whispers that had guided her here returned, not as disembodied sounds, but as a gentle infusion of knowledge, a downloading of understanding directly into her consciousness. The well was not merely a source of light or a repository of carvings, it was a nexus, a place where the veil between worlds was thinnest, where the threads of memory, both personal and ancestral, converged. The silent names were not names spoken aloud, but the fundamental essences of things, the core vibrations that gave them form and identity. The well was where these essences were held, preserved, and understood. Breed felt a profound connection to this place, a sense of belonging that resonated with a deep, forgotten part of herself. It was as if the glade and the well had been waiting for her, not as an intruder, but as a returnee. The stories etched into the stone began to unravel in her mind, not as linear narratives, but as intuitive truths, flashes of understanding that illuminated the nature of existence, of cycles, of life and death and rebirth. She saw, with startling clarity, how the ravens were more than mere birds. They were messengers, watchers, their silent vigil, a testament to their understanding of the well's profound significance. They were the keepers of the threshold, their presence a confirmation that she had indeed arrived at a place of true power. The white stag lifted its head, nudging Brid gently with its nose, as if to encourage her to interact with the well. She reached out, her fingers dipping into the cool, luminous water. It was not wet in the way she understood wetness. It was more like touching condensed light, a substance that yielded to her touch, yet offered a subtle resistance, like stroking the flank of a living, breathing energy. As her fingers disturbed the surface, the internal luminescence intensified, and the swirling patterns on the stone basin seemed to animate, the ancient carvings flickering like embers. Images began to form within the water, fleeting yet potent. She saw herself not as she was now, but as a child playing in fields that shimmered with an ethereal light. She saw herself as an elder, her face lined with the wisdom of a life well lived, her hands steady as she poured the luminous water from the well into a ceremonial chalice. These were not mere memories, they were echoes of past lives, fragments of her own soul's journey, playing out in the silent depths of the well. Each vision was accompanied by a wave of emotion, a feeling of profound recognition, as if she were seeing not just herself, but the very essence of her being, distilled and reflected. The whispers coalesced into a single, clear understanding. The well was a reservoir of ancestral memory, a place where the silent names of all who had passed through this glade, all who had been connected to its power, were held. It was a place of remembrance, a conduit to the collective consciousness of the land, and by extension, to the collective consciousness of all beings. The ravens, with their ancient, patient eyes, were the guardians of these memories, their silence a reverence for the sacred knowledge contained within the well. Breed felt a burgeoning sense of responsibility, a deep understanding that her journey was not merely a personal quest, but a reawakening, a re-establishment of connection. The glade had revealed itself to her, the white stag had guided her, and the well had offered its secrets. She was not just a visitor, she was a participant in the ongoing life of this magical place. The peace she felt was not passive, it was an active, vibrant stillness, a sense of being fully present and alive. She continued to gaze into the well, absorbing the silent language of the water and the stone. The carvings seemed to tell the story of the glade itself, of its creation, of its enduring power, and of the beings who had tended it through the ages. She saw glimpses of nature spirits, of ancient druids, of creatures that belonged to the wilder, more untamed corners of the world, all drawn to the well's luminous waters. The white stag remained by her side, a silent, reassuring presence, its luminous coat seeming to mirror the inner glow of the well. The stillness of the glen was profound, broken only by the almost imperceptible hum of energy emanating from the well. Breed felt the weight of centuries lift from her shoulders, replaced by a lightness that was both exhilarating and deeply grounding. The ravens, in their silent, unmoving vigil, seemed to be sharing in her experience, their dark eyes reflecting the same ancient knowledge that was now unfolding within her. They were not merely birds, they were souls, ancient and wise, anchored to this sacred place. The water, at its deepest point, pulsed with a rhythm that Brid felt within her own chest, a soft, steady beat that synchronized with her own heartbeat. It was the rhythm of life, of continuity, of the ceaseless flow of energy that sustained the world. She understood that the well was not a static entity, but a living one, its luminescence waxing and waning with the cycles of the moon, the turning of the seasons, and the ebb and flow of human consciousness. The peace of the hidden glen was not merely an absence of noise or disturbance. It was a presence, a palpable force that permeated everything. It was the peace of a place that had witnessed the unfolding of ages, that held within it the wisdom of the earth and the stars. Brid felt a deep kinship with the ancient trees, with the silent ravens, and with the luminous water. She was a part of this place, and this place was a part of her. The journey had been long, and the path had been veiled, but here, in the heart of the hidden glen, she had found a truth that resonated with the deepest chambers of her soul. The well, with its soft, internal glow and its silent names had revealed itself, and in doing so, had revealed a deeper understanding of herself. The surface of the well of silent names remained for a timeless moment an immaculate pane of polished obsidian. It offered no hint of the tempestuous energies held captive beneath its placid exterior, no whisper of the profound currents that churned in its unplumbed depths. Breed stood at its edge, a fragile silhouette against the soft, internal luminescence. Her breath caught in her throat. The air thrummed with a palpable expectancy, a silent symphony of anticipation that vibrated not just in her ears, but in the very marrow of her bones. Every instinct urged caution, a primal understanding that to disturb such perfect stillness was to invite consequences of immeasurable weight. Yet, an even stronger force, a magnetic pull woven from destiny and a yearning for forgotten truths, drew her forward. Her heart, a frantic bird against her ribs, beat a staccato rhythm that seemed to synchronize with the ancient, unseen pulse of the glen. This was the threshold of revelation, the moment where the observed reality of the tranquil water would yield to the unleashed power it contained. Hesitantly, she extended a hand, her fingers trembling slightly. The ravens, perched on their moss-laden stones, remained impassive, their obsidian eyes fixed upon her, their silence an unbroken promise of watchful guardianship. The white stag stood sentinel beside her, its presence a steadying anchor in the rising tide of her own internal flux. As her fingertips brushed the glassy surface, the world shifted. It was not a violent rupture, not a violent shattering of glass, but a profound, all-encompassing dissolution. The stillness was not broken, it was transmuted. The tranquil mirror dissolved into a torrent, not of water, but of sensation, a cascading deluge of forgotten names, each one a distinct resonance, a unique timbre that rose from the profound silence of the well. It was as if the very essence of existence, the fundamental vibrations that underpin reality, had been held in abeyance, carefully contained within that luminous pool. Breed's touch was not a physical act of disturbance, but a vibrational key, an alignment of her own consciousness with the dormant energies. The names did not arrive as spoken words, nor as written script, but as pure, unadulterated knowledge, imprinted directly onto her soul. They flooded her senses, a symphony of identities, each one a universe unto itself. She felt the sharp, clear note of a solitary mountain peak, its existence defined by wind and stone, a name whispered by the elements themselves. Then, the deep, sonorous hum of an ancient forest, a collective consciousness of root and branch, of leaf and decay, its silent appellation echoing through centuries of growth. She experienced the fleeting, vibrant spark of a dragonfly's ephemeral life, a burst of iridescent color and instinct, its brief existence a potent testament to the pulse of the summer air. This was followed by the slow, enduring power of a subterranean river, a secret artery of the earth, its name a murmur of subterranean currents, of the patient carving of rock and soil. These were not merely abstract concepts, they were fully realized presences, imbued with their own unique histories, their own intrinsic truths. Breed felt their joy, their sorrow, their quiet acceptance of their place in the grand tapestry. She tasted the salt of forgotten seas, felt the sting of polar winds, and breathed the fragrant air of lost paradises. Each name was a universe, each resonance a complete narrative, unfolding within her mind and spirit with an immediacy that transcended linear understanding. The ravens stirred, a subtle shift of weight on their perches, a faint rustle of midnight black feathers. It was a response, an acknowledgement of the profound awakening occurring within the well, a testament to their ancient understanding of its power. The white stag dipped its head again, its luminous gaze meeting Brid's, and in its eyes she saw not just recognition, but a shared burden of knowing. The stag, she understood, was not merely a guide, it was a keeper, its luminescence a reflection of the well's own radiant essence. The torrent of names continued, an unbroken river of consciousness. She felt the silent wisdom of the stones, the enduring patience of the mountains, the ephemeral beauty of the dewdrop. She encountered the primal energies of creation, the raw, untamed forces that shaped the world. She felt the collective consciousness of the stars, their silent journeys across the vast expanse of the cosmos, their names sung in the language of light and gravity. It was overwhelming, an immensity that threatened to dissolve her own sense of self. Yet paradoxically, it also anchored her more firmly than ever before. Each name, each resonance was a facet of a universal truth, and by experiencing them, Brid felt her own fragmented self beginning to coalesce, to integrate into a larger, more profound whole. She perceived the intricate dance of life and death, the ceaseless cycle of renewal and decay, each stage holding its own profound significance, its own unique name. She understood that to name something was to understand its essence, to acknowledge its place in the interconnected web of existence. These silent names were not mere labels, they were the fundamental truths, the pure vibrations that defined and sustained all things. The well was not a repository of words, but a reservoir of being. The sheer volume of information was staggering, yet it did not overwhelm her in the way a physical burden might. Instead, it felt like a homecoming, a return to a knowledge that had always resided within her, buried beneath layers of societal conditioning and personal experience. It was as if the well was simply unlocking chambers within her own consciousness that had lain dormant for millennia. She saw her own name, or rather, the name that resonated with her deepest, most essential self, emerge from the luminous depths. It was not a sound she had ever uttered, nor one she had ever heard, but it was undeniably her. It was a melody of starlight and earth, a resonance of courage and compassion, a testament to her unique journey through existence. With the emergence of her own name, subtle shift occurred. The torrent of external identities began to recede, not disappearing, but integrating, becoming part of the vast tapestry that now resided within her. The well's luminescence seemed to soften, its inner glow becoming less of a revelation and more of a familiar, comforting light. The ravens settled their wings, their silent vigil continuing, but with a different quality now, a sense of shared knowing, of completion. Breed lifted her hand from the water, the surface smoothed over instantly, returning to its pristine, undisturbed state, as if her touch had never marred its perfection. Yet, it was irrevocably changed, and so was she. The silence of the glen was no longer merely the absence of sound. It was pregnant with the echoes of all that she had experienced. The surface was unbroken, but the depths had been unleashed. The deluge of forgotten names had not dissipated. It had become a part of her, woven into the fabric of her being. She felt a profound sense of interconnectedness, a knowing that the life of the dragonfly and the patience of the mountain were as integral to her own existence as her own breath. The ancient pulse of the place no longer felt like an external rhythm. It resonated within her own heart. The peace she had felt upon entering the glen was now a deeper, more encompassing calm, born of understanding rather than mere tranquility. It was the peace of knowing one's place, of recognizing the intricate beauty, of the interconnectedness of all things. The memory of the torrent of names was not a fleeting vision that would fade with time. It was an intrinsic part of her now, a wellspring of knowledge and understanding that she could draw upon, a constant reminder of the profound truths that lay hidden beneath the surface of ordinary perception. She understood that her journey to the well of silent names was not an end, but a beginning. The information she had received was not a destination, but a map, a guide for navigating the complexities of her own path and for understanding her role in the larger unfolding of existence. The ravens, silent sentinels of this sacred space, seemed to approve. Their presence was a blessing, a confirmation that she had not only accessed the well's power, but had also received its wisdom with due reverence. The white stag, a creature of pure light and ancient knowing, nudged her gently once more, its soft breath a whisper of encouragement. It was time to move forward, to carry the unleashed echoes within her, to integrate the silent names into her own lived experience. The surface of the well remained unbroken, a mirror of perfect calm, but within Brid, the depths had been stirred, the forgotten echoes unleashed, forever transforming her understanding of herself and the world around her. She turned from the well, carrying its luminous secrets within the quiet chambers of her soul, ready to face whatever lay beyond the ancient yew grove, armed with the profound knowledge of all that was and all that is. The water, cool against her skin, acted as a conduit, unleashing a torrent of whispers that filled Brid's mind. These were not mere sounds, but the very essence of lives lived, the names of countless individuals who had come before her, each one a distinct thread in the vast, unseen tapestry of existence. The influx was staggering, a symphony of lost identities that threatened to overwhelm her senses. Yet, paradoxically, it also grounded her. Each name carried with it a fragment of a story, a fleeting image, a whisper of emotion, coalescing into a panoramic view of human experience that stretched back into the mists of time, connecting her to a vast, unseen lineage. There was the sharp, ringing clarity of a warrior's name, echoing with the clang of steel on shield, and the fierce pride of a life lived bravely in the face of impossible odds. She felt the weight of his resolve, the sting of his final breath, the proud legacy he left behind, all contained within a single resonant syllable. Then a softer, more melodious name followed, carrying the warmth of a hearth fire and the gentle murmur of lullabies sung to sleeping children. It spoke of nurturing hands, of quiet resilience in the face of hardship, of love that bloomed and faded like the seasons, leaving its indelible mark on generations. A name, sharp and fleeting as a bird's cry, brought the sensation of frantic, hurried footsteps on cobbled streets, the scent of rain on dry earth, and the gnawing ache of hunger. It was a life lived on the fringes, a constant struggle for survival, a ghost of a memory imprinted on the very stones of a forgotten city. Another, deep and resonant as the roots of an ancient oak, spoke of wisdom gleaned from long years of observation, of the patient unfolding of knowledge, of a life dedicated to understanding the subtle rhythms of the natural world. She felt the cool touch of earth, the murmur of the wind through leaves, the quiet satisfaction of a mind at peace with its place. The torrent was relentless, a river of consciousness flowing through her. She encountered the name of a weaver, her fingers deftly manipulating threads, creating intricate patterns that told stories of gods and heroes. Breed felt the texture of the wool, the vibrant hues of the dyes, the quiet satisfaction of a craft perfected through dedication. She experienced the life of a farmer, the calloused hands that coaxed life from the soil, the sweat and toil under the summer sun, the profound connection to the earth and its cycles. There was the joy of a bountiful harvest, the anxiety of a drought, the quiet reverence for the land that sustained them all. She felt the exhilaration of a sailor, the spray of salt water on his face, the vast, indifferent expanse of the ocean stretching before him, the thrill of discovery and the ever present danger. His name was a song of the waves, of distant horizons, of the longing for home. Then, the hushed reverence of a hermit, seeking solace and understanding in the solitude of the mountains. His name was a whisper of the wind, a prayer carried on the breath of the wilderness, a profound communion with the divine. The sheer diversity was breathtaking. There were names of kings and beggars, of healers and warriors, of artists and artisans, of lovers and loners. Each one was a universe, a complete existence condensed into a resonant frequency that now vibrated within Brid. She felt the burning ambition of a leader's, the quiet despair of a heartbroken soul, the radiant joy of a newfound discovery, the quiet acceptance of mortality. These were not abstract concepts. They were lived experiences, raw and unfiltered, washing over her, shaping her understanding of what it meant to be human, to have lived, to have loved, to have lost. Some names were sharp and clear, like the glint of a star on a cold night, while others were soft and blurred, like the memory of a dream upon waking. Some carried the weight of great triumphs, others the quiet sorrow of unfulfilled potential. She felt the echo of laughter that had long since faded from the air, the ghost of tears that had dried on forgotten cheeks, the phantom warmth of embraces that had long since turned to dust. It was a kaleidoscope of humanity, a profound testament to the enduring power of individual existence, however brief or seemingly insignificant. The experience was both intensely personal and universally shared. As these forgotten lives unfolded within her, Breed felt a profound sense of kinship. The barriers of time and circumstance dissolved, replaced by a deep understanding of the shared human condition. The same hopes, fears, and dreams that animated those who came before her resonated within her own heart. The tapestry was not just a collection of individual threads, it was a unified whole, each strand contributing to the richness and complexity of the entire design. She recognized the cyclical nature of life, the way generations built upon the foundations laid by those who preceded them, the echoes of ancient struggles and triumphs reappearing in new guises. The names were not merely a record of the past, they were a living testament to the continuity of human experience, a reminder that every life, no matter how small, contributed to the grand narrative of existence. The water, still cool against her fingertips, seemed to pulse with the collective heartbeat of these countless lives, a rhythmic affirmation of their enduring presence. The sheer volume of information threatened to fracture her sense of self, to dissolve her into a sea of borrowed experiences. Yet, the white stag remained by her side, its luminous gaze a steady anchor. Its presence was a silent reassurance, a reminder that she was not merely a passive vessel for these memories, but an active participant, capable of integrating this vast influx without losing herself. The ravens, too, continued their vigil, their stillness a counterpoint to the internal cacophony, their ancient wisdom a silent acknowledgement of the profound process unfolding. As she continued to absorb the cascade of names, Brid began to discern patterns, recurring themes that wove themselves through the disparate lives, the universal yearning for connection, the struggle against adversity, the search for meaning, the enduring power of love. These were the leitmotifs that resonated most strongly, binding the forgotten individuals into a shared human symphony. She understood that these were not just names, but the echoes of souls, each one a unique facet of the divine spark that animated all life. The experience was not a simple recollection of facts. It was an immersion into the very essence of these lives. She felt the pang of betrayal, the exhilaration of a secret kept, the quiet satisfaction of a task well done, the gnawing regret of words left unsaid. These emotions, so potent and immediate, were a powerful reminder of the vibrant, complex inner lives of those whose physical presence had long since vanished from the world. She encountered the name of a child, barely more than a whisper, carrying the scent of innocence and the wonder of a world yet to be fully understood. It was a brief flicker, a life cut short, yet its resonance was profound, a testament to the inherent value of every spark of life, regardless of its duration. Then came the name of an elder, etched with the lines of a life fully lived, carrying the weight of experience, the wisdom of seasons past, the quiet acceptance of what was to come. The well was not just a repository of names, it was a crucible of memory, a place where the ephemeral was made tangible, where the lost were found. Breed felt her own boundaries blurring, her sense of self expanding to encompass this vast collective. It was a humbling realization, a profound understanding of her place within the unbroken chain of humanity, a link in a chain stretching back to the very dawn of consciousness. She became aware of the subtle shifts in the surrounding glen, the way the light played upon the moss covered stones, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. These natural elements, too, seemed to resonate with the echo she was experiencing, as if the very land held within it the memories of all who had walked upon it. The silent names were not confined to the water, they permeated the very air, the earth, the ancient trees. The sheer intensity of the influx began to ebb, not in a sudden cessation, but in a gradual integration. The cacophony softened into a harmonious chorus, the individual voices blending into a unified resonance. The overwhelming surge of sensation resolved into a profound and abiding understanding. She carried within her not just a multitude of names, but a profound comprehension of the human journey, its triumphs and its tragedies, its enduring spirit. Breed drew her hand slowly from the water. The surface, once again, became a perfect, undisturbed mirror, reflecting only the soft luminescence of the hidden light. Yet, the stillness was deceptive. Beneath that placid surface, the torrent of forgotten names had found a new reservoir, a new vessel. They were no longer separate echoes, but an intrinsic part of her, woven into the very fabric of her being. The cascade had settled, but its essence remained, a profound and transformative gift. She stood, no longer just Brid, but a living embodiment of countless lives, a testament to the enduring power of memory and the deep, unbreakable connections that bind us all. The silent names were silent no more. They sang within her soul. The echoes began to recede, not with the abruptness of a thunderclap, but with the gentle fading of a tide. The overwhelming symphony of forgotten lives, once a deafening roar, softened into a resonant hum that vibrated deep within Brid's bones. She pulled her hand from the cool, still water of the well, her fingers tingling with a residual energy, a faint phosphorescence clinging to her skin. The surface of the well, once rippling with the unearthing of ancestral voices, now lay like polished obsidian, reflecting only the muted glow of the hidden light. Yet, the stillness was a profound deception. The torrent had not vanished. It had merely found its true course, its ultimate destination. It had poured into her, not as an external deluge, but as an internal unfolding, a settling of countless streams into the bedrock of her own being. The silent names were silent no more. They sang within her soul, a quiet, persistent melody of lives lived and unlived, of triumphs and heartbreaks, of simple moments and grand destinies. It was in this profound quietude, this settling of the echoes, that a new kind of disorientation began to unfurl within her. The sheer volume of humanity she had just absorbed, the vast panorama of ancestral experience, had begun to coalesce, to form patterns not of lineage alone, but of something far more intimate, far more unsettling. Among the myriad of resonant frequencies, as the cacophony resolved into a harmonious chord, Brid began to perceive familiar vibrations. These were not merely the names of those who had preceded her in the grand tapestry of her family tree, the known and the speculated upon ancestors whose lives had been stitched into the folklore of her people. No, these were something else entirely. They were fragments of her, a flash, swift and bright as a swallow's flight, seared across her inner vision. She saw herself, or a version of herself, clad in rough spun wool, her fingers stained with the vibrant hues of woad and madder. She was not Brid of the present, with her own familiar hands and the anxieties of her current life. This was a Brid of a distant past, her brow furrowed in concentration as she guided the shuttle through the warp, weaving a tapestry that depicted a stag with antlers like the branches of a lightning-struck oak. The scent of wood smoke and drying herbs filled her nostrils, a sensation so vivid, so immediate, that she instinctively inhaled, only to find herself breathing the damp, mossy air of the glen. The woman in the vision was not an ancestor in the conventional sense. She was Brid, yet not Brid. The hands that manipulated the loom, though weathered and calloused, felt undeniably her own. The quiet satisfaction that bloomed in her chest as a particularly intricate pattern emerged was a feeling she recognized, a resonance that transcended the years that separated them. Then, as swiftly as it appeared, the image dissolved, replaced by another. This Brid was younger, her limbs slender and quick, her eyes wide with a primal wonder. She was running, her bare feet pounding against the damp earth, the wind whipping through her unbound hair. The world around her was a blur of emerald green, and the dappled sunlight filtering through ancient leaves. She was pursued not by a tangible threat, but by a primal urge, a joyous flight into the heart of the wild. She felt the exhilaration of the chase, the raw, untamed freedom that pulsed through her veins. She was a creature of the forest, her senses attuned to the rustle of leaves, the snapping of twigs, the call of a distant bird. This was not a memory of a childhood spent playing in the woods. This was an existence lived in and through the forest itself, a profound communion with the untamed spirit of the land. Again, the feeling was unmistakably hers, a deep-seated familiarity that sent a shiver of bewilderment and awe through her. The well's magic, she was beginning to understand, was not merely a repository for the collective memory of those who had walked the earth before her. It was not simply a conduit to the past, a whisper from the generations. It was a mirror, reflecting not just the history of her lineage, but the history of her soul. The flood of names had not just been the voices of others, they had been echoes of herself, fragmented and scattered across the vast expanse of time. The well was unlocking dormant memories, not from a single, linear life, but from a continuity of being that defied the simple march of years. She saw herself as a child again, huddled by a fire, listening to the hushed tales of a grandmother she had never known, her face illuminated by the flickering flames. The grandmother's voice, a gentle murmur, spoke of stars and the ancient pathways of the sky. Breed felt the warmth of the hearth against her skin, the rough wool of the blanket clutched in her small hands. But as the grandmother's words flowed, Brid realized with a startling clarity that she was not merely listening. She was remembering the stories, the ancient lore, the very cadence of the grandmother's voice. These were not external transmissions, but resurfacing fragments of her own past. She had been that child, listening, absorbing, weaving those tales into the fabric of her nascent understanding. The realization was both intoxicating and terrifying. If these lives, these experiences, were truly her own, then what did that mean for the Brid she knew? The Breed who stood by the well, her heart pounding with a mixture of wonder and dread. Was her current existence merely one iteration, one fleeting chapter in a story that spanned millennia? The lines of her identity, once so clearly defined, began to blur, to dissolve into a bewildering mosaic of selves. She saw herself as a healer, her hands steady as she mixed poultices from herbs gathered under the moon's watchful eye. The familiar scent of crushed comfrey and the sharp tang of yarrow filled her senses. She felt the quiet gratitude of a patient, the relief in their eyes as pain receded. This was a skill she possessed in her current life, a gentle aptitude for understanding the healing properties of plants. But this Brid was more practiced, more intuitive, her knowledge rooted in a deeper, more instinctual understanding of the earth's bounty. She felt the weight of the knowledge she had accumulated over a lifetime, the satisfaction of alleviating suffering, the quiet pride in her craft. Then, a starkly different vision. She was a solitary figure on a windswept coast, the salt spray stinging her face, the endless gray sea stretching before her. She was mending nets, her fingers nimble and strong, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The loneliness was palpable, a vast emptiness that mirrored the expanse of the ocean. Yet, within that loneliness, there was a fierce independence, a self-reliance born of necessity. She was a woman of the sea, her life governed by its tides and its tempests, the ache of waiting for a return, the quiet strength in facing the storm alone. These emotions, too, resonated with an unnerving familiarity. The well's magic was a relentless unraveling, a peeling back of layers that exposed the deep, interconnected strata of her being. It was as if the well did not just reveal the past, but tapped into the very source code of her soul, showing her the myriad ways in which her essence had manifested across the vast, unfolding canvas of time. Each name, each echo she had absorbed was not just an external memory, but an internal awakening. She saw herself as a scribe, hunched over a vellum scroll, her quill scratching diligently, transcribing ancient texts by the flickering light of a beeswax candle. The smell of ink and parchment filled the air. She felt the intellectual hunger, the profound satisfaction of preserving knowledge, of ensuring that the wisdom of the ancients would not be lost to the dust of ages. This felt akin to her love of books in her current life, but it was more intense, more deeply ingrained, a calling that had defined an entire existence. And then a bride she could barely recognize, adorned in silks and jewels, her face painted with the elaborate cosmetics of a courtly lady. She was moving through a grand hall, the air thick with the scent of perfume and the murmur of hushed conversations. There was a superficial grace to her movements, a practiced charm, but beneath the glittering facade, Breed felt a profound emptiness, a yearning for something more substantial, something real. This life, too, felt like a facet of her own history, a period of societal immersion that had left her with a lingering sense of detachment, a knowledge of the hollowness that could lie beneath outward prosperity. The disorientation deepened. If she had been all of these women, and countless others, whose brief flashes flickered at the edge of her awareness, then who was the Brid standing here now? Was her current identity merely a fragile construct, a temporary shell housing an ancient and multifaceted soul? The white stag remained a silent sentinel, its luminous eyes conveying an ancient understanding, a quiet acceptance of the profound unveiling. The ravens, perched on the gnarled branches of the surrounding trees, observed with their timeless stillness, their presence a constant reminder of the deep, enduring cycles of existence. Breed reached out, her fingers tracing the cool, smooth surface of a stone at the well's edge. It felt strangely familiar, as if she had touched it 1,000 times before, in 1,000 different lives. The very earth beneath her feet seemed to thrum with the accumulated experiences of her own myriad existences. The well was not just a well, it was a nexus, a point where the river of her soul intersected with the vast ocean of time. The flashes became more rapid, more insistent. She saw herself as a fisherwoman, her hands roughened by the sea, her heart attuned to the rhythm of the waves. She saw herself as a storyteller, her voice weaving tales that enchanted children and adults alike, her words painting worlds into existence. She saw herself as a farmer, her back bowed by honest toil, her hands stained with the rich earth, her life tied to the turning of the seasons. Each vision was a revelation, a poignant reminder that the self was not a static entity, but a fluid, evolving stream, a journey through countless embodiments. The paradox was that as her sense of individual identity seemed to fragment, a profound sense of unity began to emerge. She was not merely one woman, she was an aggregation of many, a composite soul that had experienced a vast spectrum of human existence. The joy of the child running through the forest, the focus of the weaver at her loom, the quiet wisdom of the scribe, the resilience of the woman by the sea. These were not separate emotions, but interconnected threads that formed the complex tapestry of her being. She understood now that the well did not just reveal the past of her ancestors, it revealed the past of her in all its myriad forms. The continuity of being transcended the linear progression of time, suggesting a soul that had experienced life in myriad ways, each incarnation leaving its indelible imprint, each echo a vital part of the grand, unfolding narrative of her own existence. The memories were not borrowed, they were reclaimed. The lives were not observed, they were lived. The well was not just a gateway to the past, but a mirror to the eternal present of her soul. She was Brid, yes, but she was also the weaver, the runner, the healer, the scribe, the woman of the sea, and countless others, all existing simultaneously within the deep, resonant chambers of her being. The quiet hum within her soul was not just the echo of others, it was the echo of herself, reverberating across the ages. The revelation settled over Brid, not as a thunderclap, but as a slow, inexorable sunrise, warming the deepest, most hidden parts of her soul. The well, in its silent, profound magic, had not merely shown her glimpses of past lives, it had illuminated a singular, unwavering thread that wove through them all, a thread that bound her not just to her immediate ancestors, but to the very genesis of her people. The whispers she had heard, the fragmented experiences that had coalesced into a bewildering kaleidoscope of selves, were not disparate occurrences. They were manifestations of a single, enduring essence, an essence that had been tasked with a responsibility that dwarfed any she had ever contemplated. She was not merely Brid, the village healer, attuned to the hum of herbs and the quiet mending of the human body. That was but one expression of a far grander truth. The lives she had relived, the weaver's focused gaze, the runner's exhilaration, the scribe's diligent quill, the solitary woman by the sea. These were not isolated incidents in a vast, unfocused sprawl of existence. They were chapters in a single, unbroken narrative, a saga of guardianship, of a lineage sworn to a purpose that predated even the standing stones that dotted the landscape. The well's waters had not just unearthed memory, they had unveiled a covenant, the ancient pact, as it bloomed in her understanding, was not a dusty scroll hidden in a forgotten tomb, but a living, breathing force that pulsed through her very being. It was the inheritance of the Tuatha De Danann, the mythical peoples who had once held sway over this land, weaving magic into the very fabric of existence. Breed was not simply descended from them in the way one might be descended from a long forgotten king or queen. She was a vessel, a living repository of their wisdom, their magic, and their enduring promise. The well, it transpired, was not merely a source of water, it was a wellspring of ancestral power, a conduit through which the ancient ones had passed their legacy, ensuring its survival through the ages. Her understanding of her role as a healer began to expand, to encompass a far more profound and sacred dimension. She had always felt a connection to the earth's restorative properties, an intuitive grasp of what ailments called for which poultice, what infusion would soothe the fevers. But now she understood that this was not merely a talent, it was a sacred trust, a part of a greater tradition of custodianship. The knowledge she possessed was not solely her own, it was a fragment, a carefully preserved piece of the vast healing lore of the Tuatha De Danann. They had been masters of both physical and spiritual mending, their understanding of the natural world so profound that it bordered on the divine. The visions of herself as a weaver, her hands stained with natural dyes, took on a new significance. The intricate patterns she had woven were not mere decorative motifs, they were maps of the celestial spheres, conduits for potent energies, symbolic representations of the interconnectedness of all things. The knowledge of weaving, in this ancient context, was a form of magical inscription, a way of imbuing textiles with protective charms and blessings, of weaving the very threads of fate and breed. Through the lineage she now understood, was heir to this lost art, her hands instinctively remembering the feel of the loom, the tension of the warp, the intricate dance of the shuttle. The solitary figure on the windswept coast, mending nets against the ceaseless roar of the sea, was not just a symbol of resilience. She was a keeper of the coastal pathways, a guardian of the liminal spaces where the land met the sea, a territory that held its own unique set of ancient magics and secrets. The Tuatha De Danann had been adept at navigating these transitional zones, understanding the ebb and flow of both physical and mystical tides. Breed's connection to this life spoke of a forgotten duty to protect these vulnerable boundaries, to ensure that the currents of magic flowing between the worlds remained pure and uncorrupted. The scribe, meticulously copying ancient texts by candlelight, was more than just a lover of knowledge. She was a guardian of lore, tasked with preserving the wisdom of a civilization that understood the profound power of the written word. The Tuatha De Danann had possessed scrolls and manuscripts that held not just history, but incantations, prophecies, and the very principles of their advanced magic. Breed's affinity for books, her insatiable curiosity, was the echo of a lifetime dedicated to the safeguarding of this precious legacy. a legacy that now rested, in part, upon her. The realization that she was a lineage keeper, a guardian of an ancient pact, shifted the very bedrock of her existence. Her life was no longer her own in the singular sense she had previously understood. It was a continuation, a vital link in a chain that stretched back to the twilight of myth. The weight of this inheritance was immense, a mantle of responsibility that settled upon her shoulders with an undeniable gravity. But it was not a burden to be feared. Instead, it was a calling, a profound affirmation of her place in the grand tapestry of time. The knowledge of the Tuatha De Danann was not a static collection of facts. It was a living tradition, one that required not just remembrance, but active participation, constant learning, and vigilant protection. Breed understood that her role was to reawaken this dormant heritage, to understand its nuances, its strengths, and its vulnerabilities. The magical abilities she had glimpsed within herself were not mere echoes of the past. They were latent potentials waiting to be honed, to be reintegrated into the world through her. The well, now understood as the nexus of this ancient legacy, became her sanctuary and her school. She would return there, not just to draw water, but to commune with the essence of her ancestors, to draw strength and wisdom from the very source of her being. The water, once a conduit for overwhelming echoes, now felt like a nourishing balm, a direct connection to the wellspring of her lineage. Each dip of her hands into its cool depths was a renewal of her commitment, a reaffirmation of the pact that bound her. The village of Ard Sinead, with its quiet rhythms and its deep roots in the land, was no longer just her home. It was a place where this ancient legacy had been subtly maintained, a small beacon of continuity in a world that had largely forgotten its magical origins. The people of Ard Tsinead, with their ingrained respect for the old ways, their whispered tales of the Side and the ancient spirits of the land, were the inheritors of a diluted, yet still potent, connection to the past. Breed's role now was to bridge that gap, to reintroduce the richness and power of their heritage, not as a relic of history, but as a living force that could once again shape their present and their future. She was no longer just a healer of physical wounds. She was a mender of the spiritual fabric, a restorer of lost connections, a guardian against the erosion of time and forgetting. The knowledge of the Tuatha De Danann encompassed not only the physical world, but also the unseen realms, the elemental forces, and the intricate workings of the spirit. Breed's journey was now dedicated to reclaiming and understanding this holistic wisdom, to weaving it back into the tapestry of the world, starting with her own small corner of it. The legends of the Tuatha De Danann, once relegated to the realm of myth and fairy tale, were now her ancestral blueprint. Their mastery of shape-shifting, their ability to influence the weather, their deep communion with the natural world. These were not mere embellishments to their story. They were facets of a profound understanding of the universe, a knowledge that Breed was destined to relearn and reapply. The flashes of her past lives were not random occurrences. They were guided awakenings, curated revelations designed to prepare her for this monumental task. The white stag, which had appeared to her by the well, was more than just a mystical creature. It was a symbol of purity, of guidance, and of the ancient connection to the wild, untamed forces of nature that the Tuatha De Danann had so deeply respected. Its presence was a blessing, an affirmation that she was on the right path, that the ancient lineage recognized and supported her awakening. The ravens, too, with their ancient eyes and their knowledge of secrets, were silent witnesses and allies, their calls a constant reminder of the enduring cycles of life, death, and rebirth, of the deep wisdom held within the earth and the sky. Breed's life in Ard Sinead would continue outwardly unchanged. She would still tend to the sick, offer counsel, and live her days in the familiar embrace of her village. But inwardly, a profound transformation had occurred. The quiet healer had become something far more, something immeasurably older and deeper. She was a keeper of a flame, a guardian of a covenant, a living testament to a lineage that had shaped the very soul of the land. Her purpose was no longer a matter of choice. It was an inherited destiny, an ancient pact now entrusted to her keeping, to be nurtured, understood, and ultimately to be passed on. The well had not just revealed her past, it had defined her future, binding her to a timeless duty that stretched from the dawn of the world to the yet unwritten pages of tomorrow. She was the healer, yes, but she was also the bridge, the guardian, the echo of the divine made manifest in human form. Her lineage, a living testament to the enduring magic of the Tuatha De Danann. The waters of the Well of Silent Names, Brid now understood, did not offer mere fragments of fleeting futures, nor were they simply mirrors reflecting the present in a distorted, albeit poetic fashion. The true resonance of the well lay not in its ability to foretell, but in its power to imbue, to bestow. It was a wellspring of memory, a conduit through which the vast, intricate tapestry of existence flowed, not as a series of disconnected events, but as a singular, unbroken narrative. The visions that had flickered and danced before her eyes were not prophecies of what might come to pass, but echoes of what had been meticulously preserved, waiting for a soul attuned enough to receive them. This was a profound shift in understanding, a recalibration of her very perception of the well's magic. It was not a tool for gaining advantage, for charting a course through the vagaries of fate, but a sacred trust, a library of lived experience, a testament to the enduring power of being. The water, when she next approached it, felt different. It was not simply cool and refreshing, it thrummed with an ancient, quiet energy, a symphony of countless lives, each note a memory, a lesson, a joy, a sorrow, all woven together into a harmonious whole. She was not merely drinking water, She was imbibing the accumulated wisdom of her lineage, of all those who had come before her, and in a sense, of all those who would come after. The memory bestowed by the well was not a burden of overwhelming detail, but a deep, intuitive knowing, a felt sense of connection that transcended the limitations of individual lifespan. It was the weaver's understanding of the warp and weft of the universe, the runner's innate knowledge of the earth's contours, the scribe's grasp of the power held within symbols, the coastal guardian's intuitive reading of the sea's temper. These were not skills acquired through rote learning, but innate capacities awakened by the well's profound gift. Breed felt the intricate understanding of dyeing techniques bloom within her, the subtle alchemy of roots and berries and minerals to create colors that pulsed with life and meaning. She felt the innate rhythm of the earth beneath her feet, not just as soil and stone, but as a living, breathing entity, a partner in the dance of existence. This memory was not a passive inheritance. It demanded engagement, a willingness to learn and to integrate these vast reserves of knowledge. The well, in its quiet generosity, had not simply presented her with a legacy, it had offered her the tools to understand and wield it. Each time she returned, each time she let the water flow over her hands or cupped it to her lips, she felt a new layer of this ancestral knowing unfurl within her. It was as if dormant pathways in her mind, pathways carved by generations of experience, were being reawakened, strengthened, and illuminated. The purpose of this bestowal was clear: to ensure continuity, to anchor the present in the enduring current of existence. The Tuatha De Danann, in their profound wisdom, had understood that true strength lay not in isolated moments of power, but in the unbroken chain of knowledge and experience. They had created this well, this sacred repository, as a means of transmitting not just their magic, but their very understanding of the world, their deep reverence for the interconnectedness of all things. Breed was now the living embodiment of this transmission, the present day custodian of this timeless heritage. Her role as a healer, which had always felt instinctual, now took on a new, profound dimension. The well had shown her that healing was not merely about mending physical ailments, but about restoring balance, about reconnecting severed threads, about harmonizing the discordant notes within the symphony of being. The ancient healers of her lineage had possessed an understanding of the human body that encompassed not just the flesh and bone, but the spirit and the energetic currents that flowed through all living things. Breed felt this knowledge surge within her, an intuitive understanding of how to address not just the symptom, but the root cause, how to bring a sense of wholeness back to those who were fractured. The weaver's memory within her was not confined to the act of creating textiles. It extended to the very fabric of reality, to the intricate patterns that governed the cycles of nature, the movement of the stars, and the interconnectedness of all souls. She understood now that the tapestries she had woven in her past lives were not mere decorations, but maps of cosmic energies, ways of channeling and directing those forces for healing and protection. The well had gifted her the ability to see these patterns, to understand the subtle interplay of forces that shaped the world, and to, in turn, weave her own thread into that grand design. The solitary figure by the sea, mending nets against the relentless tide, was more than a symbol of resilience. She was a guardian of thresholds, a protector of the liminal spaces where the physical and spiritual worlds met. The well had bestowed upon Breed an understanding of these boundary lands, of the unique energies that resided there, and of the importance of maintaining their integrity. She felt an innate connection to the rhythms of the ocean, a deep understanding of its power and its secrets, and a responsibility to safeguard the delicate balance of these coastal territories, ensuring that the currents of magic flowing between the realms remained pure and untainted. The scribe's diligent hand, meticulously copying ancient texts, represented a dedication to the preservation of knowledge, a deep understanding of the power inherent in the written word. The well had gifted Brid with an almost insatiable thirst for understanding, a desire to delve into the depths of forgotten lore, to unearth the lost wisdom of her ancestors. She felt the weight of responsibility to not only preserve this knowledge, but to understand it, to live it, and to share it in ways that would resonate with the present day. The written word, she now knew, was a potent vessel capable of carrying the essence of magic across the vast expanse of time. This bestowal of memory was not a singular event, but a continuous process. The well was a living archive, and Brid was its active reader, its engaged participant. Each encounter with its waters was an opportunity for further revelation, for deeper understanding. She began to notice subtle shifts in her perception, a heightened awareness of the world around her. The rustle of leaves in the wind carried whispers of ancient dialogues. The patterns of sunlight filtering through the canopy spoke of hidden truths. The very stones beneath her feet seemed to pulse with the memories of those who had walked upon them for millennia. The village of Ard Sinead, once just her home, now felt like a nexus point, a place where the echoes of the past still lingered, albeit faintly. The people of the village, with their ingrained respect for the old ways, their quiet reverence for the land, were unknowingly carrying fragments of this ancient heritage within them. Breed understood that her task was not to impose this knowledge upon them, but to gently reawaken it, to remind them of the deep, abiding connection they shared with their ancestral past. The well had not just given her memory, it had given her the understanding of how to nurture and share that memory, how to weave it back into the fabric of community. The white stag, a creature of myth and purity, had been more than just a fleeting vision. It was a guide, a silent affirmation of her path, a symbol of the pristine magic that the Tuatha De Danann had so deeply revered. Its presence by the well was a blessing, a sign that she was aligned with the ancient forces, that her lineage recognized and supported her awakening. The ravens, too, with their ancient eyes and their innate understanding of secrets, were constant companions, their calls a reminder of the eternal cycles of life and death, of the deep wisdom held within the earth and the sky. They were the sentinels of this ancient lineage, the silent witnesses to its ongoing transmission. Breed's journey was no longer simply about understanding her own past lives, but about embracing a far grander, more encompassing identity. She was not just Brid, the village healer, but a living testament to a lineage that had shaped the very soul of the land. The well had bestowed upon her the gift of resonant memory, the profound understanding that she was a part of something far larger and more enduring than her individual existence. She was a link in a chain that stretched back to the dawn of time, a custodian of a pact, a living embodiment of the enduring magic of the Tuatha De Danann. Her purpose, now as clear and as profound as the ancient waters from which it flowed. Breed found herself standing before the well of silent names, not as a supplicant seeking glimpses of what might be, but as a conscious participant in a grand, unfolding dialogue with time itself. The water, once a source of elusive visions, now felt like a brimming chalice of ancestral knowing, each ripple a testament to lives lived, lessons learned, and skills honed over countless generations. The fragmented whispers of her past lives, which had once felt like disembodied echoes, were beginning to coalesce into a coherent chorus, a guiding symphony that resonated deep within her bones. This was not a passive inheritance. It was an invitation to engagement, a call to action. She began to practice, to deliberately reach for the wellspring of knowledge that the waters had unveiled. It was like learning to walk again, but with the grace and surety of those who had already traversed the path. The knowledge of the weaver, once a fleeting sense of intricate patterns, now solidified into an innate understanding of thread tension, dye composition, and the subtle alchemy of creating colors that sang with life. She could feel the phantom warmth of the dye pots, the familiar heft of the loom, the satisfying pull of the shuttle through the warp. It wasn't just information, it was muscle memory, an embodied wisdom that bypassed conscious thought. When she looked at the rough spun wool of a sheep's fleece, she could instantly discern its quality, its potential, its inherent story, just as the ancient shepherds had. Similarly, the intuition of the coastal guardian, who had once read the moods of the sea and the migratory paths of the fish, now settled upon Brid with a quiet certainty. She felt the ebb and flow of the tides, not just as a physical phenomenon, but as a pulse, a breath that connected the shores of her homeland to distant, unseen lands. The subtle shifts in the wind carried messages of approaching weather patterns. The calls of the gulls spoke of the sea's bounty or its scarcity. It was a visceral understanding, a deep attunement to the ocean's capricious nature, a knowledge that had saved lives and sustained communities for millennia. When she walked along the shore, the detritus of the sea, the smoothed glass, the tangled nets, the discarded shells, were not mere flotsam, but artifacts whispering tales of distant voyages and the lives entwined with the vast blue expanse. The meticulous skill of the scribe, once a mere awareness of the power of the written word, now translated into an almost tactile appreciation for the texture of parchment, the viscosity of ink, and the nuanced curves of ancient scripts. She could feel the careful pressure of the quill, the steady hand guiding it across the page, the immense concentration required to preserve knowledge against the ravages of time and forgetfulness. When she encountered an old stone bearing faint carvings, she could trace their meaning not just with her eyes, but with an inner knowing, a resonance with the scribe's intent. It was as if the very ink, long faded from the vellum, still held its essence within her mind, allowing her to decipher forgotten languages and lost histories. This awakening was not a static acquisition of facts. It was a dynamic process of integration. Breed discovered that these ancestral memories were not separate entities, but threads woven into the very fabric of her being. The skills of the healer, for instance, became intertwined with the weaver's understanding of patterns. She began to see the human body not as a collection of disparate parts, but as a complex, interwoven tapestry where a disruption in one thread could affect the entire pattern. Her approach to ailments became more holistic, addressing not just the immediate symptoms, but the underlying imbalances that had led to the disharmony. She would intuitively know which herbs held the right energetic properties, not just from botanical knowledge, but from a deep cellular memory of their application in times of need. The subtle touch of her hands, guided by this ancestral wisdom, could coax stubborn ailments into yielding, restoring a sense of wholeness and flow. The pact inherited from her ancestors was not a burden of obligation, but a wellspring of profound strength. It was a living inheritance, a constant current of resilience and purpose that flowed through her. The Tuatha De Danann, in their foresight, had not merely passed down magical abilities. They had instilled a deep understanding of responsibility, a reverence for the interconnectedness of all life, and a commitment to upholding the delicate balance of the world. Breed felt this commitment not as a weight upon her shoulders, but as a vitalizing force, empowering her to act with clarity and conviction. She understood that her role was not to wield power for personal gain, but to serve as a conduit, a guardian, ensuring that the ancient energies were used wisely and for the greater good. This understanding gave her a quiet confidence, a rootedness that transcended the ephemeral concerns of everyday life. She found herself instinctively drawing upon the courage of the ancient warriors, the wisdom of the elders, and the compassion of the nurturers within her lineage. When faced with a difficult decision, she could feel the quiet strength of those who had navigated similar trials, their experiences offering a compass to guide her way. The challenges that once might have daunted her now felt like familiar landscapes, terrains she had, in some sense, already traversed. This was not about reliving past lives in a literal sense, but about accessing the accumulated wisdom and character forged through those lives. It was as if the essence of their experiences had been distilled within her, available whenever she needed to draw upon it. The process of integration was also one of learning to distinguish between the echoes of the past and the present reality. While the memories provided invaluable guidance, Brid understood that each era had its own unique challenges and opportunities. She could not simply replicate the actions of her ancestors without considering the context of her own time. The weaver's understanding of patterns, for example, allowed her to adapt ancient textile techniques to new materials and contemporary needs, creating fabrics that were both timeless and relevant. The scribe's dedication to knowledge inspired her to seek out new forms of learning, to engage with the evolving understanding of the world, ensuring that the ancestral wisdom remained a living tradition, not a fossilized relic. The ravens, those ancient sentinels with their knowing eyes, seemed to understand this unfolding process. Their calls, which had once been mere sounds in the wind, now carried a deeper resonance. They were not just birds, they were messengers, their movements and utterances subtle confirmations of her journey. When she felt lost in the complexity of integrating these disparate memories, a raven's sharp cry from a high branch would draw her attention to a new perspective, a forgotten piece of wisdom that would illuminate her path. Their presence by the well of silent names became a constant reminder of the unbroken lineage, the silent continuity of knowledge that spanned the ages. Breed also began to notice the subtle ways in which the ancestral memories influenced her interactions with the people of Ard Sinead. Her empathy deepened, her ability to understand the unspoken needs and hidden struggles of others became more profound. She could sense the lingering anxieties of the village elders, the unexpressed dreams of the younger generation, the quiet burdens carried by those who outwardly appeared content. This heightened awareness, a gift from generations of intuitive healers and community leaders, allowed her to offer comfort and guidance with a wisdom that transcended her years. She learned to listen not just to words, but to the silences between them, to the subtle nuances of posture and expression, all guided by the deep well of human understanding she now possessed. The memories were not always comforting, of course. She felt the sting of ancient betrayals, the weight of past griefs, the echoes of conflicts long settled. These were the darker threads in the tapestry of existence, the shadows that gave definition to the light. But even in these moments of discomfort, Brid found a strange sense of grounding. These experiences, too, were part of her heritage, and understanding them, acknowledging them, allowed her to move through them with a newfound resilience. She learned that acknowledging pain did not mean succumbing to it, but rather integrating it into the larger narrative, drawing strength from the very act of facing it. The pact was not just about power and wisdom, it was about the full spectrum of human experience, the light and the shadow, all woven together. Her connection to the land itself deepened immeasurably. The ancient pact extended beyond the human realm, encompassing a profound kinship with the natural world. The memories of those who had lived in harmony with the earth, who had understood its cycles and respected its power, now flowed through her. She could sense the subtle energies of the ancient forests, The deep, slow pulse of the mountains, the restless spirit of the rivers. The practice of tending her small herb garden became an act of communion, each seedling a tiny testament to the enduring power of life, each leaf a conduit to ancestral knowledge of healing and sustenance. The well of silent names had not only awakened the echoes of human lives, but had also reconnected her to the primal forces that had shaped the world, a powerful testament to the interconnectedness of all being. This conscious engagement with her inherited magic was transformative. It was as if a dormant part of her soul had been ignited, bringing forth a vibrant awareness of her own capabilities and her place in the grand continuum of existence. The whispers of the past had become a guiding chorus, a constant source of strength and wisdom, allowing Breed to navigate the complexities of her life with an assurance she had never before known. The ancient pact was no longer a distant inheritance, but a living, breathing force within her, a testament to the enduring power of lineage and the profound resonance of being. The pact, Breed now understood with a clarity that resonated in her very marrow, was not merely a personal inheritance. It was a living covenant woven into the fabric of the land itself, a bridge connecting her to an epoch when the Tuatha De Danann, those ancient, luminous beings, walked freely among the mists and the mountains. Her lineage was not a solitary strand, but a vibrant thread, intricately entwined with the very essence of their dominion, a testament to an age when the boundaries between the mortal and the divine were as permeable as the morning fog. It was during this primordial era when the great wheel of time spun with a different cadence that the pact was first forged, a sacred agreement that bound certain mortal bloodlines to the fate and fortunes of the Tuatha De. Her connection was not simply a matter of ancestral memory, but a direct conduit to the wellspring of primal magic that characterized their reign. The Tuatha De Danann, whose very names evoked awe and wonder, Luh, the master of all arts, Dagda, the father of plenty, Brigid, the goddess of poetry, healing, and smithcraft, were beings who had mastered the currents of the world, drawing power from the earth, the sky, and the unseen realms that lay just beyond mortal perception. They were not distant deities worshipped from afar, but tangible forces deeply immersed in the intricate dance of existence, their magic an intrinsic part of the natural world. They shaped landscapes with their will, whispered secrets into the winds, and commanded the very elements with a casual grace that belied their immense power. Breed could feel the echoes of their presence in the ancient stones, in the whispering leaves of oak trees that had stood for millennia, and in the very air that thrummed with an unseen energy. It was a resonance that spoke of a time when the land was alive with potent magic, a magic that was not conjured through incantations alone, but was an inherent quality of being, a fundamental expression of existence. The Tuatha De didn't merely use magic, they were magic. Their very essence was imbued with a power that flowed through the sacred wells, the ancient mounds, and the sun-drenched glades. This was the primal force she was now learning to access, a power that felt less like a tool to be wielded and more like a fundamental aspect of reality to be understood and harmonized with. Her lineage, she discovered, was particularly attuned to the arts of Brigid, a goddess whose multifaceted nature mirrored Brid's own burgeoning abilities. The goddess of the forge, the healer's touch, and the poet's tongue, Brigid was a nexus of creative and restorative energies. Brid felt the familiar warmth of the blacksmith's forge, not just as a phantom memory, but as a vibrant pulse that mirrored the creative fire within her own soul. The meticulous skill of the weaver was now amplified by an understanding of the healing properties of herbs, a knowledge passed down through generations of healers who had worked in concert with the natural rhythms of life. The scribe's dedication to preserving knowledge was now infused with the poet's ability to imbue words with emotion and meaning, a skill that allowed Brid to articulate the deepest truths she was uncovering. This connection was not static, it was a dynamic relationship, a continuous conversation between her present self and the ancient past. The Tuatha De Danann, in their infinite wisdom, had ensured that their legacy was not one of rigid dogma, but of fluid adaptation. They understood that while the core of magic remained constant, its expression must evolve with the times. Breed found herself not merely recalling their deeds, but intuitively understanding their principles, translating their ancient wisdom into contemporary contexts. The skills of the smith were not just about shaping metal, but about forging connections, about building resilience within her community. The healing touch was not just about mending wounds, but about restoring balance to the intricate web of life, both human and natural. The poet's voice was not just about crafting verses, but about speaking truth to power, about weaving narratives that could inspire hope and foster understanding. The pact was a responsibility, certainly, but it was also an empowerment. It was the understanding that she was a living link in an unbroken chain, a conduit through which the enduring spirit of her ancestors, and indeed the primal energies of the Tuatha De Danann, could continue to flow. This realization settled upon her not as a burden, but as a profound sense of purpose. She was not an isolated individual seeking to uncover ancient secrets, but a vital participant in a cosmic tapestry, her actions rippling outwards, influencing the present and shaping the future. The ravens, those wise observers of the ancient ways, seemed to sense this deepening connection. Their calls, once perceived as mere bird song, now sounded like pronouncements, their sharp, intelligent eyes seeming to hold the weight of centuries. They were not simply animals, they were emissaries of the old ways, their presence a constant reminder of the watchful eyes of her ancestors and the ever-present influence of the Tuatha De. When Brid stood by the well of silent names, feeling the immensity of her inherited lineage, a raven's guttural caw would echo through the stillness, a sound that resonated with the deep, resonant hum of the earth, a confirmation that she was on the right path, connected to a power far greater than herself. The pact had also opened her eyes to the subtle, often overlooked magic that permeated the world. The Tuatha Dede Danann had lived in constant communion with nature, understanding its inherent sentience and its profound interconnectedness. They saw the spirit in the ancient trees, the wisdom in the flowing rivers, and the power in the untamed wild. Breed, through the pact, began to perceive these same truths. The rustling of leaves was no longer just the sound of wind. It was the murmuring of ancient spirits sharing their timeless knowledge. The patterns in the moss growing on stones were not merely random formations. They were celestial maps, hinting at cosmic alignments and hidden pathways. The very earth beneath her feet seemed to pulse with a vibrant, living energy, a testament to the imprints left by the Tuatha Dé and the enduring magic that still resided within the land. She found herself drawn to places that had been sacred to the Tuatha Dé, the ancient burial mounds, the stone circles, the clearings where great deeds had once been wrought. In these places, the resonance of their presence was palpable, a subtle vibration that hummed beneath the surface of reality. Standing within a ring of weathered standing stones, Breed could feel the echoes of rituals performed millennia ago, the whispers of incantations that had once stirred the very air. It was in these sacred spaces that her connection to the primal magic of the Tuatha Dé Danann felt most profound, as if the veil between her time and theirs had thinned to an almost imperceptible shimmer. The pact was also a connection to their understanding of balance. The Tuatha Dé Danann, despite their immense power, were not wielders of unchecked force. They understood the delicate equilibrium of the natural world, the cyclical nature of creation and destruction, and the vital importance of maintaining harmony. Breed found herself instinctively drawn to this principle, her actions guided by a deep-seated understanding of consequence and interconnectedness. When she mended a broken tool, she felt the echo of the smith's careful craftsmanship, a dedication to creating things that were not only functional, but also enduring and balanced. When she tended to the sick, she felt the healer's intuitive understanding of how to restore equilibrium, coaxing the body back into its natural state of harmony. Her lineage, a gift from the Tuatha Dé, was not just about power, it was about stewardship. It was about recognizing that the magic of the land was a sacred trust to be protected and nurtured for generations to come. This understanding instilled in Brid a profound sense of responsibility, a quiet determination to honor the legacy entrusted to her. She saw the encroaching modernity, the disregard for the ancient ways, and felt a keen sense of urgency to preserve the sacred knowledge that was being forgotten. The pact was a call to action, a mandate to remind people of the enduring power and beauty of the natural world and the unseen forces that sustained it. The magic she was tapping into was not a force to be controlled, but a partner to be communed with. The Tuatha Dé Danann had not subjugated nature. They had lived in harmony with it, drawing strength and wisdom from its depths. Breed's journey was one of reciprocal learning, of listening to the land, of understanding its subtle language, and of offering her own unique gifts in return. The pact was a living dialogue, a testament to the enduring power of connection, and a profound reminder that even in the midst of change, the ancient magic of the Tuatha De Danann still resonated, waiting to be discovered, waiting to be understood, waiting to be woven into the fabric of the present. She felt the strength of Lu, the cunning of Mananan Maklir, the nurture of Danu, all flowing through her, a testament to the multifaceted nature of this ancient lineage and the boundless potential that lay within the pact. The whispers of the past had become a powerful current, guiding her steps and illuminating her path, a testament to the extraordinary legacy she now carried. Their stillness was a language all its own. Breed watched the two ravens perched on the gnarled branches that embraced the well of silent names. They were as motionless as the ancient stones that formed its lip, their obsidian plumage absorbing the dappled sunlight as if it were another form of the ancient magic that seeped from the water below. These were not ordinary birds, she knew. Their presence here, a constant, unwavering vigil, was a testament to the depth of the pact she had inherited, a silent affirmation of the profound truths she was beginning to grasp. They were not merely observers, they were the silent sentinels of the ancient knowledge now coursing through her veins, the keepers of secrets whispered only to those who could truly hear. Their unblinking gaze, sharp and knowing, seemed to pierce through the veil of ordinary perception, fixing upon something far older, far more enduring. It was a gaze that had witnessed the turning of seasons uncounted, the rise and fall of forgotten empires, the ebb and flow of life and death that marked the pulse of the land. In their stillness, Breed saw not an absence of action, but a profound presence, a deep contemplation that resonated with the well's eternal purpose. They were the embodiment of the timeless aspects of existence, the silent, watchful presence that underpinned all change, a living reminder of the vastness of the history she now carried, a history that stretched back to the very dawn of the world. She had spent hours by the well, letting the silence seep into her bones, and in that silence, she had learned to interpret their stillness. It wasn't idleness, it was a state of acute awareness, a profound connection to the well's own quiescent power. When the wind stirred the leaves of the surrounding oaks, the ravens remained unruffled, their heads tilted infinitesimally, as if registering the subtle shifts in the currents of energy. Their stillness was a deliberate act, a conscious embrace of the moment, and in that embrace, Brid understood, lay a deeper wisdom than any spoken word could convey. They were the anchors in the swirling currents of time, the still points around which the world turned. The ravens were, in a sense, the living memory of the land, their lineage as ancient and unbroken as the granite that formed the well. They had been here when the Tuatha De Danann walked these paths, their calls echoing through the primeval forests, their keen eyes marking the movements of gods and mortals alike. They had seen the great battles fought on these plains, the blessings bestowed and the curses laid, the sacred rites performed under moonlit skies, and they remembered their silence was not an oblivion, but a repository of all that had been, a sacred trust passed down through generations of winged guardians. Breed found herself mirroring their stillness, consciously slowing her breath, quieting the incessant chatter of her own thoughts. She sought to enter that same state of heightened, passive awareness, to become as attuned to the subtle vibrations of the well as they were. It was a practice that required immense discipline, a deliberate unlearning of the modern world's obsession with constant motion and noise. The pact demanded not just the acquisition of knowledge, but a transformation of being, a reorientation towards a more primal, more connected way of existing. The ravens, with their unwavering presence, were her silent tutors in this new way of life. She began to notice the nuances in their stillness. Sometimes one raven would shift its weight, a subtle adjustment that spoke of a silent communication, an exchange of information that bypassed the need for sound. At other times, their heads would cock in unison, their gaze fixed on some unseen point in the distance, a collective awareness that seemed to encompass more than the immediate surroundings. These were not random movements, they were deliberate, significant, each shift a chapter in an unspoken narrative, a testament to their role as keepers of the well's deepest mysteries. The well itself seemed to draw strength from their vigil. The water, normally clear and still, occasionally rippled with an inner luminescence, a soft glow that pulsed in rhythm with the raven's unwavering attention. It was as if their focused presence amplified the well's inherent power, creating a nexus of ancient energy that resonated far beyond its stone confines. They were the eyes through which the well saw the world, the ears through which it heard the secrets of the earth. Without them, the well might simply be a pool of water, but with them, it was a living entity, breathing with the slow, steady rhythm of eternity. Breed felt a kinship with these winged guardians, a shared understanding that transcended the boundaries of species. They too were bound by a pact, a duty to this sacred place, a responsibility to witness and to remember. Her own lineage, her inherited connection to the Tuatha Dé, had marked her as a similar sentinel, a guardian of the ancient ways in a world that was increasingly forgetting them. The ravens were a reminder that she was not alone in this undertaking, that there were other, older forces at play, forces that recognized the importance of what she was learning, what she was becoming. Their presence also served as a constant reminder of the cyclical nature of existence, a theme that the well itself embodied. The water flowed, feeding the life that surrounded it, only to be drawn back up into the sky, to fall again as rain, renewing the cycle. The ravens, too, were part of this cycle. They hatched from eggs, lived their lives, and their descendants would take their place, continuing the unbroken vigil. Breed saw in them the enduring nature of life, the persistent pulse that beat through all things, even in the face of death. Their stillness was not an end, but a profound engagement with the present moment, a deep immersion in the stream of becoming. She began to bring offerings to the well, not out of obligation, but out of a deep sense of respect and gratitude. Smooth, river worn stones, a handful of wild berries, a strand of her own hair. These simple gifts were placed near the ravens, a silent acknowledgement of their guardianship. The ravens would observe these offerings, their heads tilted, their dark eyes seeming to absorb not just the physical gifts, but the intention behind them. And then, as if in silent acceptance, they would return to their vigil, their stillness a palpable blessing. The raven's silence was also a contrast to the growing inner resonance Brid was experiencing. While they remained outwardly tranquil, her own being was increasingly alive with the echoes of her ancestors, the hum of the land, the whispers of the Tuatha Dé. It was a symphony of ancient forces awakening within her, and the raven's quiet observance served as a grounding presence, a reminder to integrate these powerful energies with grace and intention. They were the still point in her own turning world, the silent anchor that allowed her to navigate the rising tide of magic. In their unwavering presence, Breed found a quiet strength. The weight of her lineage, the responsibility of the pact, could have been overwhelming, a solitary burden. But the ravens, in their silent, steadfast vigil, showed her that she was part of something far larger, a continuous thread woven through the fabric of time. They were a living embodiment of continuity, a testament to the enduring power of dedication, and their silent watch over the well of silent names was a promise that even in the face of change, some things remain steadfast and true, guarding the echoes of the past. For those who are willing to listen, their stillness was not an emptiness, but a fullness, a profound engagement with the deep, resonant truth of being. They were the watchful heart of the ancient world, and Brid, by their silent side, was learning to beat with its rhythm. She understood now that the ravens were not merely animals guarding a well. They were the manifestations of a primordial guardianship, a sacred trust held for millennia. Their stillness was an active participation in the life of the well, a conscious channeling of their own ancient energies to support and amplify its power. It was a symbiosis, an exchange of essence, where the well nourished them with its deep magic, and they, in turn, offered their unwavering presence, their unwavering witness. This quiet communion was the very resonance of being that the chapter's title hinted at, a silent harmony that underscored the fundamental interconnectedness of all things. The depth of their watchfulness was not just about keeping secrets, it was about holding space. They held the space for the well to exist, for its magic to flow unimpeded, for the echoes of the past to linger. In their unwavering gaze, Brid saw the reflection of her own burgeoning role to hold space for the ancient wisdom, to protect the fragile threads of connection, to ensure that the resonance of being, once awakened, would not be silenced. The ravens were a constant, silent lesson in stewardship, a reminder that true power often lies not in action, but in the patient, unwavering presence that allows life and magic to flourish. Their stillness was a profound statement of purpose, a quiet declaration that some legacies are best honored not with noise, but with unwavering, vigilant devotion. And in that devotion, Breed found her own purpose solidifying, as clear and as profound as the deep, dark eyes of the ravens who kept their silent vigil beside her. The whisper of the ancient well had ceased its overt pronouncements, yet its resonance now lived within Breed, a constant, subtle vibration that had fundamentally altered the landscape of her being. The quiet solitude she had once sought for contemplation was now an active immersion, a life lived in the rich tapestry of inherited memory. The healer's hands, once guided by instinct and the observable needs of the ailing, now moved with a knowledge that transcended the immediate. Each poultice mixed, each ailing limb gently probed, was imbued with the wisdom of generations of healers, their techniques, their insights, their very spirit flowing through her as surely as the sap pulsed through the ancient oaks surrounding the glade. The herbs she gathered were not just catalogued by their physical properties, but by the stories they held, the whispers of the druids who had first discovered their medicinal secrets, the pleas of those they had saved, the sorrows of those they had failed. Her solitary existence, once defined by the rhythm of the seasons and the needs of her small village, had expanded to encompass an epoch, a continuum of lives that now informed her every action. She was no longer merely Brid of the Glade, the skilled practitioner of the village's ailments. She was Brid, the inheritor of memory, the keeper of a lineage that stretched back to the very roots of the land, to the time when the veil between the mortal and the mystical was thin as gossamer. The well had not simply revealed a secret to her, it had woven her into its very fabric, making her a conduit for the accumulated wisdom of her ancestors. This was not a passive inheritance, it was an active communion, a constant dialogue between the Brid of today and the myriad Brids who had come before. When she touched a fevered brow, she felt not only the heat of the present illness, but the phantom touch of those who had soothed similar fevers centuries ago. When she knelt by a broken bone, the precise angle of the setting, the perfect tension of the binding was revealed to her by the collective memory of countless successful men's. Her healing practice, once a solitary pursuit, had become a bridge, a living testament to the enduring power of myth and the profound interconnectedness of all beings across the expanse of time. The villagers, who had always respected her skill, now looked upon her with a new reverence, sensing a depth to her understanding that transcended mortal ken. They saw in her eyes a reflection of ancient stars, in her touch a healing balm that reached beyond the physical to soothe the soul. They spoke of her in hushed tones, attributing to her a wisdom that seemed to spring from the very earth, a connection to forces unseen, and they were not entirely wrong. Breed found herself speaking words of comfort and counsel that were not entirely her own, echoes of ancestral voices offering solace and guidance. She would explain the properties of a herb not just by its botanical name, but by the legend associated with its discovery, or the specific type of affliction it had been used to combat by a particular ancestor known for their expertise in that very field. The well's gift was not a singular revelation, a moment of blinding insight that was then filed away and pondered. It was a perpetual dawn, an unfolding awareness that continued to enrich her every moment. The echo of countless lives within her was not a cacophony, but a harmonious chorus, a symphony of experiences that deepened her understanding of the human condition. She could now intuit the root of an illness, not just its symptoms, by sensing the subtle, energetic disharmonies that predated physical manifestation, a skill honed by the collective observational power of her lineage. The anxieties that had once plagued her, the fear of inadequacy, the weight of responsibility, had receded, replaced by a quiet confidence, a profound sense of belonging to something vaster than herself. She understood the intricate interplay of spirit, mind, and body not as abstract concepts, but as lived realities that had been explored and mastered by her foremothers. Her days were now filled with a rhythm that was both familiar and utterly transformed. The dawn still found her by the well, but her vigil was no longer solely for herself. She was communing, drawing strength and wisdom from the ancient waters, and in turn, offering her own unique perspective as a modern inheritor. The ravens remained her constant companions, their silent watch a mirror to the silent inner watch she now kept over the currents of memory that flowed through her. They were the guardians of the external, and she, the guardian of the internal, both bound by an ancient pact to preserve the sanctity of this place and the knowledge it contained. The villagers brought her their suffering, not just of the body, but of the spirit. A farmer worried about a blight on his crops, a mother mourning the loss of a child, a young man wrestling with a restless heart, all found their way to Breed's glade, and Brid, with her hands now tracing the invisible lines of ancestral healing, with her mind resonating with the stored knowledge of generations, offered a balm that was both earthly and otherworldly. She would speak to the farmer not just of soil and rain, but of the earth's own cycles of dormancy and renewal, drawing parallels from ancient agricultural practices preserved in her inherited memory. She would hold the grieving mother, not just offering words of solace, but sharing the quiet strength of ancestors who had known profound loss and found a way to endure, their resilience a palpable force emanating from Brid. For the restless young man, she might offer a simple herb for calm, but more importantly, she would speak of the ancient journeys of self-discovery, the quests for purpose that had defined heroes and sages throughout the ages, offering a sense of perspective and possibility that resonated with his deep-seated yearning. This transformation was not without its challenges. The sheer volume of inherited knowledge could sometimes feel overwhelming, a constant hum beneath the surface of her consciousness. There were moments when the voices of the past threatened to drown out the present, when the weight of so many lives felt too heavy to bear. But then she would remember the ravens, their steadfast presence, their unwavering stillness. She would recall the purpose of the well, the way its waters nurtured and sustained, and she would ground herself in the present, in the touch of a patient skin, in the scent of the damp earth, in the feel of the sunlight on her face. The lineage was not a burden to be carried, but a current to be navigated, a river of life that she was now a vital part of. Her connection to the natural world deepened in ways she could not have anticipated. The trees whispered their secrets to her, not in words, but in the subtle shifts of their leaves, the creak of their branches, the patterns of their growth. She understood the language of the birds, the rustle of the small creatures in the undergrowth, the deep, slow heartbeat of the earth itself. This intimate communion was a direct result of her awakened lineage, a consequence of her becoming a living repository of the land's ancient knowledge. She could sense the health of the forest, the vitality of the streams, the subtle shifts in the earth's energy, all through the lens of her ancestors' intimate relationship with the wild. The well had not only awakened her to her human heritage, but to her kinship with all living things, a profound understanding that was essential to her role as a healer. The solitary glade, once a sanctuary for her personal peace, had become a beacon, a place of healing and wisdom that drew people from far and wide. They came seeking not just cures for their ailments, but solace for their troubled souls, guidance for their uncertain paths. And Brid, the transformed healer, the inheritor of memory, met them with open heart and wise counsel, her existence now a living testament to the enduring power of myth and the profound interconnectedness of all beings across the expanse of time. Her solitary life was indeed transformed, not into a life of loneliness, but into a life of profound connection, a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of past and present, spirit and earth, and the silent, watchful wisdom of the ravens. She was the bridge, and the world, in its need, had found its way to her. The resonance of being, which had begun with a whisper at the well, now echoed through her every breath, every touch, every word, a living symphony of ancient life, continuing in the heart of the modern world.